Hey, what's up? This is Vamp Acid of Hardwire, and we are here with Caro Arroba. Say what's up.
What's up, everybody?
How you feeling?
Very good, very excited to be here. The second time.
Burp.
Don't worry.
Nice. Thanks.
Olvídate del micrófono.
Thanks for coming back to the stream. We're really excited to have you, and this is our special Funkwerke 20 Super Booth edition with some traveling artists who were also at the Super Booth with us. So we hope that you're having a really great evening so far and that you'll stick around for the stream. If you are interested in playing with us, you can go to hardwire.io/submit. And if you want to donate and help us keep this show on the road and the community going and help to contribute and build us up, build with us, be a part, go to hardwire.io/donate. So yeah, tonight we have Caro Arroba, we have RobotManMachine. Caro and RobotManMachine are both from Chicago, and SURCO, who's also from the States. So it's going to be a really great night, and yeah, we're looking forward to hanging out. And stick around because we're going to pop over to the performance area and talk to Caro about her rig. So, yeah, thanks everybody for being here and stick around just a couple of minutes. Hey guys, we're back. We were just talking about food. Yeah, so we're here with Caro, and the the whiz over here just turned us down. That's great. Sorry for the feedback. Yeah, so we're here with Caro Roba, who also just played with New York Modular Society last night,
Yeah,
and it sounded really awesome.
thank you.
Um, and I can't wait to see you play again, which will happen today. And we want to learn all about what you have going on with the setup that you're about to use.
Okay, can you hear me there? Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, I have the Roland SP404 like always, the
Hmm.
same, yeah. For a lot of um, effects in that affect this mix. You know, all this mix goes to the Roland SP, and then the Roland SP go to the PA.
Hmm.
You know, yeah. Then here I have the squid sample for drums and some samples more. The squid sample ALM, the vector sequencer with the expander also. So I do everything from the vector, everything with the
Wow.
vector.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I have this mixer that I do, of course, everything also with this. Is the
Nice.
brain of everything.
WMD. What's up,
Yes.
William and Alex? We just saw them
Yes.
at,
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
Super
Yeah.
Booth. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. It's a very good mixer. Yeah, I like it because you can have a cue,
Hmm.
so you can
Oh,
listen
sick.
whatever. Yeah, you
Oh,
can
that's
listen
awesome.
the channels and everything. Is very 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 good.
Hmm.
Then I have some VCOs like the 303 clone, the
Oh, cool.
Soxo heart.
Ooh.
You cannot see because it's too much cables. You know what I mean, right? Yeah.
It looks
And
like
I
candy.
have the Doffer A116.
Hmm.
Yeah. I have the Platts, the ALM MCO.
So I haven't seen these before actually, the little twisties. That's
Which one?
super
Yeah, these
cute.
ones. Yeah,
It
yeah.
looks like candy. Like it
Yeah,
looks
it
like
looks
these little
like
candies I
candy.
brought
Yeah,
actually, the whole
it's
thing.
not. It's are very good because I need to get the cables out of my way. You know,
Yeah.
I have the endorphins, Golden Master also
Oh, cool.
that is making the whole output with a good sound. You
Hmm.
know, with a with a compressor and everything.
How does that compare to the pedal? Have you
With a,
tried the pedal?
well, no, I haven't tried the pedal to be honest with
Okay.
you, but I think it's well. I was watching a video the other day,
Hmm.
and it was like I think the pedal has more buttons,
Mm.
no more knobs. But here you
Yeah.
have two knobs,
Hmm.
which is gain in,
Okay.
gain out, and output, and then you have only two knobs, and then the knobs for the low, mid, and highs,
Hmm.
and then some buttons so you can bypass it or put it on. You know, yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's very little. It's very little. You can see here. You cannot see a lot, but you know a little bit.
I feel like I'm playing the game Operation. Do you
Yes.
remember this? Like it's like
Yeah.
Sorry. No, this is cool though. I
Yeah.
like the cables. It actually makes me really hungry. Like I want some sweets. I just
Yeah.
haven't seen many cables that look like candy.
Look like
Um,
candy. Yeah, it's true. A lot of colors and everything. It's good to put a color in your life, you know.
yeah,
Sometimes.
absolutely. And also just be able to tell things apart,
Yeah.
maybe. So how do you feel about the sampler?
Well, it's an interesting sample. Yeah. The new firmware just got out the last month,
Hmm.
and it has some things to time stretch the loops,
Oh, cool.
the drums.
Sick, like the Matrix.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
cool. Okay.
But it's very good. Yeah, it's a good sample. Yeah.
Okay. Is this a pretty different setup than you had last time?
Yes, it's
Okay.
different because the last time I didn't have the squid sample.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And then did you have the Zox heart in there before?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is this like from the Zox box maker or is it something different?
I
You know this
think
acid
it's,
box, Zox box?
I don't know.
It's like a boutique 303 standalone.
I think it's a DIY.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a DIY, but I'm
Yeah.
just wondering because of the name, it could be totally unrelated.
Yeah.
I need to check it out. Oh, Open Music Labs. I don't know
Yes.
if it's the same
Yeah.
person.
Open Music Labs. Yeah.
So did
Sorry
you?
that you cannot see everything, but you know, there's a lot of cables here.
Well, I mean, I think that if people are just checking out the video and then they zoom in, maybe they can see snippets and then try to find the modules if
Exactly.
they're
Yeah.
interested, right?
They can zoom it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's true.
and see some of the like if they're interested in using any of them. Okay, cool. And then what's is this like a newer piece by?
No, no, no. This is the for the vector.
Okay.
You can do everything in the launchpad,
Hmm.
and with the vector also you can see the notes that you're putting and everything.
Oh, nice.
But with between this and this, you just do everything.
Cool. It's so
You-
compact.
It's a computer. It's like the brain of everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Super nice. How long have you been working with this?
Well, I have like 2 years and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, I never saw
Or
before.
maybe 1 year and a half.
I never
yeah.
saw on this before, like with this crazy screen
Yeah.
situation. Like
This
it
one
says
is
the screensaver.
this one is a really good sample. I like the Octatrack too, but I brought this one because of of space in the plane and everything.
Yeah.
But this one is really good. I don't use MIDI MIDI sync with this one because of some problems with the MIDI channels here.
Oh,
I don't like the MIDI channel configuration of Roland
Really?
SP404 MK2.
what do you think could be improved
Well,
about the?
look, the Roland SP404 SX used to have channel 15 and 16
Mhm.
for everything regarded with this.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they changed it. The whole all channels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. all channels. So if I put a MIDI out here, it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna trigger everything.
Oh.
So I don't do that, Like, yeah, I'm trying to see what I can do so that doesn't happen, but it's difficult.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Maybe something I have to do here, but I don't know because I tried to and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And I do it by ear. I just trigger the sample by ear.
Oh, crazy.
Like a
Okay.
DJ thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a
Nice.
DJ thing. And it's very good because it didn't go out of time.
Oh, nice.
It didn't go out of time. It's amazing.
Oh, super
It's
cool.
very precise, the Roland SP404.
Okay, well that's a plus. So you don't even need an external clock then,
Exactly, you
right?
don't need it because you can just,
Mm,
yeah. I do like that. I always did like that.
sweet.
Yeah.
Well, this sounds awesome. I'm really looking forward to
Thank you very
hearing
much.
the set because I'm guessing it's gonna sound different too, probably a little
Thank you.
bit, with different gear. So yeah, thanks so much, Caro, and everybody give it up
Thank you
for.
guys. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thanks.
It's a pleasure.
All right.
Just mute. tener libertad hay que tener vida. Para vivir hay que tener libertad. Y para tener libertad hay que tener vida. Para vivir hay que tener libertad. Y para tener libertad hay que tener vida. Para vivir hay que tener libertad. Y para tener libertad hay que tener vida. Para vivir hay que tener libertad. Y para tener libertad hay que tener vida. Para vivir hay que tener libertad. Y para tener libertad hay que tener vida. Para vivir hay que tener libertad. Y para tener libertad hay que tener vida.
Thanks. Okay.
Yep. I'll give me one. Yes.
All right. Okay. So there was something we were going to do. We were going to clap for Caro because that was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Woo!
I feel so good, you know. Thank you so much.
Sorry for the feedback, but now you don't have to go to that noise show unless you want more of that sadist stuff.
Yeah.
We just had a moment, and
Yeah.
we just started having our own waters. So this is for
Yeah.
you, but we'll give it to you in the interview area. Well, it's like a special water.
Oh, thank you so much.
No, it's fine.
Thank you very much.
No, so we can get rid of the product placement. But no, we just thought it was funny.
Thank you very
Hydrate
much.
with
Yeah.
Hardwire. I'll just put it down here. Anyways, that was super awesome, and that definitely sounded different than the stuff you played last time.
Yeah. Yeah.
How you feeling?
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Very excited. Yeah, I love it. I like it. I was like just feeling and feeling and feeling, you know, like jamming it and everything, and you know.
Getting into the jams.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we're going to head over to the interview arena. And just stick around, please, for a second, and we can kick off the interview. And let's give it up for Caro one more time. Woo!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes. All right.
Okay. So we get these there.
Mute, please.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. This is Vamp Acid with Hardwire for Funkwerke 20 Super Booth Edition, and y'all just saw Caro Arroba play.
Thank
Hello.
you. I'm very happy,
Yay.
very excited to be here.
Yeah, we're happy that you're back with us and that we got to hang out off stream.
Yes.
Also, it's
Yeah.
the secret hang sesh.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the performance you just gave us?
Well, I feel good, It was a jam, basically. I just feel the moment, and I had some things arranged ahead of time, but the other things was improvised. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how long ago did you put together the setup that you have?
Well, the setup that I have, it took me like 1 year to get what I want,
Yeah.
and I'm still looking for some some things more, like
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the endless rabbit hole of modular.
Yes, the rabbit hole of Marzlar, yeah, totally.
Um, I just want to give a shout out to Deborah Stacks Official. Thank you so much for the nice comment about starting your Saturday with Funkwerke. We are really happy that you're here, and we can't wait to meet you soonish. Um, Anywho, so you're living in Chicago at the moment, right?
Yes, I live in Chicago, yeah.
Okay, and you're considering moving to Berlin or testing it out, maybe?
Yes, I was thinking of moving to Berlin. Yes, I told you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing some plans. I don't know exactly if I'm gonna be able to do it, but I want to do it at least for 1 year.
Okay.
Like a 1 year stay in Berlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that yeah, I mean, you're originally from
Ecuador,
yeah,
from Quito, Ecuador.
right. So you've already lived in a couple of different countries, right?
Yes, I
And-
live in Spain.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, living in different parts of the world and traveling, I think, helps to gain perspective. And also,
Yes.
do you find that it influences your musical style?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, a lot. Because when I started in Ecuador, it was different what I played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
And
was different. And now it has the influence of Berlin,
yeah,
Chicago, Quito, because I was the last 3 months traveling
right.
around. So I just go out and listen music and do stuff. And it's like you start, you know, having these influences.
Yeah, like picking it up,
Yeah, picking it up. Yeah.
kind of like cultural. What is it called? Immersion.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. 'Cause yeah, just the set that you played the last time sounded totally different
Yeah.
than this one.
I try to do that. I try
Mhm.
to do different sets every time I play.
So is some of your work improvised when you're playing
Yes.
live?
Yes. Some of my
Okay.
work is improvised, yeah.
And how much would you say you have to plan of the set before playing?
Well, I practice every day in my house.
Mm-hmm.
You
Every
know,
day.
well, yes, every day. I try to
Nice.
practice 1 hour a day,
Wow,
at least.
that's dedication.
Yes, at least.
Good on you.
Yeah.
You're my inspiration.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to. Sometimes I don't do it, but I try to do it 1 hour a day. Play at least 20 minutes or 40 minutes
Mm-hmm.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you do it like in between work or something?
Yes, I do it. I just start thinking about the sounds,
Mm,
and then I inspire myself, and I want to go and really play it.
right.
Yeah.
And do you feel that or does music help to inspire you in other areas?
Yes, it inspires me in everything.
Nice.
In wanting to go outside of my country,
Mm-hmm.
outside of where I'm living right now. I want to try new places. All the stuff.
So was yeah, I totally get that. Did so was music responsible for you moving to Chicago in the first place? Was that part of it?
Yes, yes, is that part of it? Yeah. And then in Chicago, I discovered a lot of styles, very nice music,
Yeah.
very nice performers,
It's like a mecca.
like Rob that is coming next. I don't know if next, but yeah,
Yes, next.
yeah,
Yeah, we're really excited about that. It's super nice to have some people from Chicago that actually I bet I met both of you at KnobCon. Rob and I
yeah,
were just talking about this because he has one of my stickers on the case. And he was working with Synth City, and I bought a shirt from him like right
yeah,
before they were closing up because we
yeah.
didn't know if we'd met before. It's just such a small
That's
but
cool.
big world, and it's so cool that like you and I met back then, and
Yes,
then we've been able to become friends and see each
yeah,
other outside of this, and
yeah.
you
And
know.
I have a sticker of you too in
I
my
saw
case.
that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I have a sticker of everybody.
How did you travel with your case
Oh
here
my God,
internationally?
that's a problem. I travel with my case in my lap.
Oh, really?
Yeah, almost.
Oh,
Almost.
crazy. On the
Yeah.
plane?
Yes.
Ah,
Yeah. I
okay.
put it on the overhead compartments. And I try to travel with the case always with myself,
Yeah,
not in the checked bags.
like a baby.
Like a baby. Yeah. Like a
Just
baby,
with a
totally
baby
baby.
strap.
Like a baby, yes.
They should make like you know how they have these straps you can buy for I don't know ridiculous €100 or something for an Erica case or something.
Yeah.
It'd be sweet if they had some type of thing where you can strap it onto your body like very ergonomically like a
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have a child they need to carry, you just need to carry your
Yeah.
modular baby,
Yeah, modular
your
baby, totally.
your
Yeah.
baby rig. Yeah, I think that'd be
I
super
carry my
sick.
bag like a backpack.
Yeah,
I have this Erica Scenes bag,
yeah, I
and
saw
it's like a
that.
backpack. Yeah.
So when you wear it on your lap, do you wear the backpack on your lap?
No, 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 no. I put
Okay.
it on the overhead compartments, but I just tell you, they are with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you never know what's going to happen and stuff shifts around in the overhead compartment and it can just like
Yes.
fly out,
Yeah.
you know? I mean, that's really traveling with gear is
It's terrible.
it's really complicated
It's really
sometimes.
complicated. Yeah, it's really complicated. I really tell you, I want to find the perfect case so I don't have to like feel overwhelmed with the weight.
Yeah.
You know, I want to feel comfortable with the case I have.
How much does your case weigh right now? Do you know?
I think 15 kilograms.
Oh,
Like
that's slightly more than our new dog that
20
you met, Loki. You met Loki.
20 pounds.
20
Maybe.
pounds. Okay.
No, less than 20 pounds. No, no.
So less
A
than
little
15
bit
kilo.
more than 20 pounds.
More than 20 pounds? Like 30 pounds.
Yes, something
Yeah,
like
like
that.
15 kilo or something.
Yes.
Oh my God.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I have my cousin. He's so
Is he
nice.
carrying it for you?
He sometimes carry for me.
Your cousin's super nice. I can see him right now. We're making
Yes.
eye contact.
He's really nice.
I
And
think
he
he's on the
laughed
phone.
about me because he said that I'm gonna get bad my back.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's good though. I think that's something to consider with like the product design around these
Yeah,
cases and gear,
yeah.
you know, and also with
Oh,
like, you know, as you start getting like bone ouchies as you get
yeah.
older, you know, and you're carrying all
Yeah,
this
yeah.
gear
As we
and
get older, we need to do something with these carry on
yeah,
things.
it'd be sweet if it was I don't know lighter weight or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
at
Oh my
least.
God, it will be so sweet.
Yeah, because it's just like like 20 computers in a case, but you know, like these
Yeah,
little
yeah,
computers
exactly.
basically.
Yeah.
So are you working on any new musical projects at the moment?
Yes, I'm gonna release a new track with a friend of mine, a label that is in Berlin.
Oh, cool.
It's called Drop Mental Music.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, they are nice. They are friends.
Mm.
They asked me to do a track,
Hey,
so I'm
cool.
gonna do a track for them. Yeah.
Nice. When will I be able to hear this track? Do you know?
Maybe in 1 month.
Okay.
Yeah, more or less.
Cool.
I will send you for sure.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd
Yeah.
love to hear it. And what else do you have going on at home? Like, aren't you organizing parties in Chicago or something like this?
Not really. I don't organize parties. I just go and play in the parties that they invite me.
Ah, okay. I thought
Yeah.
you were affiliated with like adjacent or working like with some collective or something.
Oh no no no! I know them for the New York Modular Scene Society.
Ah, yeah, in
Yeah.
addition. Okay. I
Yeah.
thought there was something going on in Chicago.
Yeah, there's a lot of things happening, but I try to play as much as I can.
Yeah, totally. What was the best gig that you played recently?
Well, I don't know. To be honest, I haven't played that much lately. I think this week was a lot of performances,
Mm,
but other than that, I play quite a lot in Ecuador with my
mm,
friends and everything,
cool.
but the most excited gig, I don't know. Maybe when I play in Chicago in the Pride.
Cool.
Yeah, that I like.
Nice. Like at the festival, like
Yes,
outdoors?
the festival. Yeah, outdoors.
Was
Yeah,
it crazy?
yeah. Was it very good? Yeah.
Oh,
I think I'm
wow.
gonna play in the June
Mm-hmm.
this festival.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
very excited.
Okay, have you been to the Pride in Berlin that they do?
No.
That's also crazy, or a
Yeah.
CSD.
Yeah.
That's like so packed
It
out,
must
and
be amazing.
they have trucks with DJs and
I
live
know.
artists. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's crazy. It's very cool.
And the signals get really scrambled. Like when you try to use GPS or text anybody.
Really?
Yeah, the first years that I was here, you couldn't even get a signal because
Oh, really?
something like I don't know exactly the physics behind it, but I think it's maybe to do with the servers being bombarded and so many signals in a concentrated area, and plus
Yeah.
Germany's not like so digitally aware.
Yeah.
It's a bit it's not so progressive, but it's pretty crazy. But the Pride there was real cool,
Yeah.
and these different fairs, if you or demos and stuff, if you're into that. So have you been to Pride in San Francisco?
No,
Okay,
not really.
that one was also really cool.
Yeah, I heard.
The
It's really cool.
B-52s played one time.
Yes.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Um,
Those prides are very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that being connected to that culture is also really important, and a lot of like with Chicago and stuff, and some of the music styles like really coming out of these queer communities,
Yes.
and I think now like there's a lot of like let's say straight dude ski producers and
Yes.
stuff. And it's important to know, I think, where the roots are of the music.
Yes.
That's really important.
In
And
the Chicago Techno Alliance group that we have queer people also.
nice.
Yeah. It's very cool.
So when do you think you'll come back to Berlin again?
Oh my god, I hope soon. Yes, I hope soon.
Okay, I think
I don't know exactly when, but maybe in fall.
okay, cool. Yeah, Loki should be a big boy by then, so you
Oh
can
my
see Loki
god,
again.
Loki's the best.
The little doggy.
Loki's the best.
We really want to bring Loki on the stream. We just have to train him a little bit more.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just,
that's
like,
amazing.
be able to bring him
Having
to
your
the
baby
studio.
in the stream. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
He's a sweet dog. I just
Yeah,
think
he's beautiful.
he actually has been in the home studio, and he's
Yeah?
been like really chill. He's
Oh,
calming
that's
down.
cool.
I think animals really help to make the music too. Like you have 4 cats,
Yes,
right?
I have 4 cats. I love them so much.
Do they go in your studio?
Not really,
Okay.
because my studio is in the garage.
Oh, crazy! Nice.
Yeah.
So it sounds big.
Well, not
Ish.
really, because
Okay.
it's just a part of the garage.
Okay, but
Yeah.
that's awesome. So it's separated from like the living quarters.
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
This has been super duper awesome.
Yes, thank you very much for having me here.
Yeah.
I'm very glad to see you.
Yeah, I'm
Jade.
really glad to see you too, and I
Thank
like
you,
your
sweetie.
shirt again.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you
super
very
cool.
much.
We already had like
Yeah,
the
it's
old
cool.
school newspaper talk
Yeah.
about like Wyatt Earp and stuff,
Yeah.
and Tombstone, even though it's not related, but
Yeah.
related. Yeah, so thanks again for coming, Caro.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody, this is Caro Arroba. Let's give it up for her one more time.
Thank you very much.
We have a special super booth crowd here today. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but yeah, yeah. If you like what you see, or you want to play, say you want to play, you can go to hardwire.io/submit. And if you want to help keep our community going and be a part of it, you go to hardwire.io /donate. And yeah, just subscribe to our channels and you'll be notified like whenever something new comes up. We're also doing synth reviews and fun things like that. We do the stream usually the last Saturday of the month, other than the special Super Booth edition. And right now, while RobotManMachine from Chicago, that I can see over there in the corner, what's up, is preparing, we're going to pop on Fabian Lauta, who recently played at Fusion and does some really nice Psy and Go trance. So stick around for the next 35 minutes. And then we'll be here with RobotManMachine for Funkwerke 20 with Hardwire. And see you guys in a bit. Woo!
Woo.
I have like 2 numbers. Okay. Hello, we are back. With the very tall, as I'm looking up, RobotManMachine. I'm just going to go up like this so we could do Austin Powers thing. That was a bit botched. Can botch my personality. Yeah, so RobotManMachine. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Do you have to like look down? You're like,
Almost. I'm kidding.
sorry.
I'm kidding.
Should I make it? I was glad we could be awkward together. Okay, so I see some Space Invaders stuff going on. Yeah, so if you guys just popped into the stream, RobotManMachine came in from Chicago to play, and that's amazing, and we're really happy to have you.
Thank you for having me.
And your setup looks way bigger, packed, so that's awesome. What is going on? Can we start with the Space Invader situation, please?
Yeah,
okay,
so
thanks.
that's the Tubutech BrainSteps screensaver. It's really fun.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I love it.
This looks almost like the Sleepy Circuit logo, but not.
I wonder about that. I've actually seen that quite a bit.
Huh, okay.
Yeah.
So what is happening? There's like too much to handle.
I just am using the BrainStep. It's a 4-channel sequencer,
Cool.
CV8 sequencer and or MIDI to control the Erebus voice, the sizzle, and a couple ALM voices like the new MCO Mark II, and the old school. I've had it for quite some time. My first synth module, actually, the ToneStar 8106 by Studio Electronics.
Wow. I feel a bit overwhelmed right now with the setup. It's like I'm in a candy shop. And you also have candy-looking cables.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a States thing. Like the color combo is awesome.
Just trying to match a little bit.
Yeah, I see this. I
Tried, but
appreciate this. It's
ran
like
out
a system. It's
colors.
easier to follow. It's like looking through, I don't know. I like looking at pipes sometimes in buildings, like
Yeah.
following them.
Right.
I don't know if you do that too, but this is what it reminds me of,
It's
kind
like
of.
the old Windows screensaver with the
Or like Chutes and Ladders or something. So then what is, like, where's the melody section? Like, what is...
a lot of the melodies coming from the sizzle.
Okay.
I used to have the Casio CZ101 or CZ1000, and I just really like that really just crunchy, almost cheap, but through a nice filter. You know, I'm running it through the Curtis filter, which I really love. The Dave Smith modules or modular, which they're no longer made.
Oh no.
If you want to get that Vince Clarke filter sound.
Oh,
it's the
cool.
Curtis filter.
Nice. And then where are your drums?
The drums I'm using the Squid sample for. It's a 8-channel sampler.
I noticed
And,
it's spelled
I got-
funny.
Yeah, I figured I could use it as
Sample?
a 8. Yeah, salample. It's spelled all wrong.
Sample?
Which is,
Is that on purpose?
SALMPLE. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's great because like I ended up using it just as a drum machine. So because the 8-channel sampler, I can just sample from like my TR-8S or whatever I want to use and put it on there, and it has 100 banks, so I can basically have 100 different drum machines in there.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
it's almost like an end-all be-all solution for me, as far as digital sampling drums. Plus, I could do all the editing. I can add effects to each drum if I wanted to before loading it in. Mess around with the samples and even add effects in there.
How much memory does it have?
I think the flash drive, I'm not exactly sure how much memory. The flash drive I've got in there right now is only a 16 gig. But I don't have 100 drum sample or 100 kits in there. But I could.
We're not going to hear 100 different kits tonight.
No.
How long's your set?
Maybe 6 different kits, maybe.
Okay. All right, cool.
But
that's fair.
yeah.
And so did you used to play with the TR-8S? Or do you still?
Yeah, I still use the TR-8S at
Okay.
home. I haven't brought it out yet to play with. I'm not too versed in it. I like to only bring out equipment that I'm, kind of better, familiar with,
Yeah, totally. I see you have some Bastel stuff.
Yes, the pizza.
How do you
Love
like
the
it?
Pizza. It's great.
Yeah?
Everyone loves pizza. No,
Everyone does like it's
Yeah.
pizza time.
yeah, they named it a great name.
Yeah. How, like, what is this communicating with?
That
To,
is communicating with the exit percussion envelope, or the APE, by Blue Lantern Modules. And I think that was kind of like a cheap syncussion type envelope. So that's kind of cool. It's like my gangster syncussion. But I don't use it in that form factor, but it really allows me to have like sharp or really short envelopes or longer. It has like 3 different stages of envelopes: short, medium, and long. And plus its size. It also has its own VCA, which is really cool. So
nice. With the little, like,
fills that
manga
void.
anime
Yeah, I know,
inspo
right.
going
It's
on.
one of the blue ones, and I guess they don't make them blue anymore. They're
Cool.
black now. So
Really? And they're called Blue Lantern? And
I
then
know.
they don't do the blue ones anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty unique looking, though. It's a nice blue. It's like this peacocky, I don't know, it
Yeah.
looks sick. Are these custom knobs, by the way?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I love Davies or Davy clones.
Can I
as they're
take a little
known.
touch? I won't move
Yeah,
anything.
yeah,
I just want to
totally.
see how. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like kind of
Yeah.
this vintage style of the knobs. Is
Yeah.
that what you're going for?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's funny because I was just at the Schmidt booth, the Schmidt synthesizers,
Schmidt.
and not that I could afford the Schmidt synthesizer because I
Not
don't have
yet.
20 grand, not
Okay.
yet. But
Not
they
yet.
also use Davies. When I saw that, I was like, I need to aspire for that.
Yeah,
It's got
totally.
everything I want, including the knobs. Like I want it.
That's cool.
Yeah, me and Hans Zimmer.
Do you find that it helps you, like, instead of just going, this motion, you can just go like that, and then with, like,
Yes. I actually sometimes just use the top of my finger
Okay.
to control certain things. That I'm not gonna really actually jack on, so to speak. I just use like my fingertip just a little bit with some of the knobs.
Yeah, and I feel like you can also kind of tell how far you're moving it without looking at it. I mean, I feel like, as a musician, you get to know these things, especially when you're playing in the dark. But with the little
Yes.
notches like this, or this kind of
You
floral-y
can feel
design.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's pretty handy.
Yep. So I have a bag of knobs that they all originally came from, and it gets kind of messy. As soon as I buy a module, first thing I do is replace the knobs.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I mean, then it's because it's less busy, and it must be easier on the neural processing unit.
Yes. Yeah. The 303 section, I tried to emulate a 303, so I used all the silver knobs
Okay.
to kind of make that look, more
Hey, that's-
industrial and 303-ish.
No, that's really cute, though. I love this.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's like a custom 303.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the stepper acid earlier that's actually
Yes.
created by some women.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. Zoe and Nina Blade. I'm trying to remember. Zoe. There's Zoe Blade and Nina. I do
Okay.
believe are the names. But I love this thing. They were going to come out with a stepper drum. I think it was at NAMM pre-COVID, but of course COVID changed the world. So I'm sure it was probably transistor shortage or whatever stuff was hard. But I would love for that. I'd love to get that and replace the Behringer. Behringer just does what it needs to do, but I'd like to get something a bit better.
This?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. How is it, though? It's got these,
It's
like,
good.
old school...
It's good. A lot of people compare it with the Erica Sense, but the Erica Sense one is way better. It could do so much more than the
Really?
RS9. The difference is the RS9, it has Roland-esque features, like the roll and the fill, like a 909 drum machine. So that's why they named it the RS9.
Oh, nice.
And it's got, even though I'm not really using them, accents, but I can do that with, with the squid salomple.
Hey, wait, so you have the TR8S. Does it also have this, like, stutter effect on it?
Oh, yeah.
Like the knob? Because
Yeah.
the TR8 has that, and it's super fun
It's
with
so
performance.
dope. And the reverse, yeah.
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 Like all these different, I miss that.
Yeah.
Because I don't use it anymore. But I was just
it's-
thinking when you were talking about the roll and the fill.
It's sick. I love it.
So
yeah,
then,
AS is never leaving my.
but this doesn't have that?
It does.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't have it doesn't have those effects
Okay.
like the stutter or like the reverse.
Those are so
That
cool.
would have been cool.
Yeah, those are
That
so
would've been
cool.
really
They're so
cool,
old
but-
school. I love them. Okay.
Yeah.
Will you reminisce about them?
Yeah, at the price point that Behringer's had this retailing, I knew for $150, believe it or
Really?
not.
I
I
don't
don't think
believe
that they
it.
would have added all of that. Yeah,
Wait.
this is it just sends out simple gates where needed and
Crazy.
saves them pretty well. It's
how
not
much
too.
is the Erica one, though? Like 500?
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a
Yeah.
nicer unit.
Yeah, I can
Yeah, I
imagine.
think they share like the keypads, but that thing has a really nice OLED screen, and yeah, it can do a lot more.
But this actually looks super quality just from first glance. Sorry, I'm touching all your
Oh no, it's
stuff.
all
But you
good.
break it, you buy it. No, I won't break it.
It's all good.
But like the rubber and everything, it looks like I don't know, stepping up with some things with
Yeah,
the Behringer stuff.
it's definitely one of those things. It's not a clone, and I do like the things that Behringer has done that aren't clones.
Yeah.
Like the Neutron,
Oh
and
yeah.
the Proton,
Yeah, that one's
and
yeah.
this
no.
guy. Yeah, and there's a couple others, that are not clones, and
Mm-hmm.
that is cool. And I wish that they would do that instead of copying what already exists and just making it cheap. Like, it's
Yeah.
not original.
Yeah, there's like a lot of controversy about that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
on the other hand, there's, musicians who are like really on a budget, and it's like thinking about the musicians,
Yes.
because also like the musicians struggle.
Yes.
So I think maybe if other brands could look at being more cost effective and more musician friendly and maybe giving more discounts or trades or something to help like anyone who's trying to get into music,
Yeah.
especially with this stuff. Because I was thinking like, I used to think in terms of like chicken sandwiches for, like $1 from one of those places in the States.
Right, right.
And now I'm thinking in terms of module and like, okay, so bleach blonde hair is like one module. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking in module terms. No, I just,
Right.
I don't know. This is kind of how I'm like equivocating the rationale behind it. But
Yeah.
but anyways, yeah, another topic. And I see you have Pamela's workout.
Yeah, I
Okay.
have Pamela's new workout here, Pamela's Pro over there.
Oh, new.
I wanted to get a Pro, but I actually need to get two Pam Pros, but I figured this thing needed its own dedicated Pam, and Pam gets worked out like,
Wait,
I
so
mean, on the
who's-
back of that PCB, Pam has 3 legs versus 2.
Oh my God, that sounds
Which
so
is really
weird.
crazy.
That sounds so weird. Wait, she really has like 3,
Yeah,
like
on
the
the
drawing?
back of the PCB. She
Oh
has
my
3
God.
legs.
Why? That's
Yeah,
so
that was
weird.
hilarious.
Like a weird
I love
cyborg.
it.
Who is Pamela?
I don't know, but I wish I knew.
Why does she have 3 legs?
I guess like this one, it's just 2, but because it's, the Pro, they figured it's extra, so she has an extra leg to stand on.
That sounds okay. I can think of a few references to that. Choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, that's just too ridiculous. It's redonkulous.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what is this?
That is
little...
the MCO Mark II.
Okay.
That voice has filled the void of everything that I wanted. And I wish that the only thing that makes me upset about it is it didn't exist sooner.
Aw, when did
Yeah.
it come out?
A couple months ago.
Oh dang.
And it's been great. I've been looking for a chord memory and a chord memory for my specific music, and a lot of chord modules don't have the right chords, even major, minor, pentatonic, diminish, Japanese, blues, like none of those chords even work for but like with this, I can go through it, I can select each key that I would use in my own chord, save it, and yeah. And I only got it about a week ago in 2 days. Yeah, so it's like not that old. So I still have a lot more to learn about it. But just scratching the surface, the user interface is easy to navigate, and it sounded fantastic. And I was like, yep, need another.
Super cool. I feel like we're like already going over time, but there's so much to talk about in your rig. Like it's really cool, and actually I was personally interested in some of this stuff
Totally.
before, and I still
Totally.
have some
Glad-
space in one of my cases.
Glad you asked. Yeah.
But let's just talk about this for a sec. What is going? Is this a
So
a
that
mixer?
right there, yes.
Oh, you
yes.
made a mixer.
It is a dope for mixer, and I saw that
Okay.
at the shows. A lot of companies are now making what I thought didn't exist until recently. The standalone mixer in a unit. I had to build one. The nice thing about the A138 is you can link these behind to where you can get them individually where there's 4 channel, but I bought 3 of them, so now I have 12 channels.
Oh, nice.
And I'm able to hard pan left and right so I can get stereo. And it has send return, so I could send it to an effects unit, return, or I could use it as a headphone cue if I wanted to, so I can hear the channels before, playing them out, kind of DJ style. And with the wonderful noise engineering Sono Abitus, it has quarter-inch outputs, as well as quarter-inch for the headphones, TRS. And I have a Nano Devices 3-channel compressor and EQ.
So
Really nice.
for everyone on the metric system in Europe, that's 6.3 millimeter. The TRS is balanced.
Yes.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
No. It's funny because we
Right.
were actually talking about this earlier with SURCO, I think, who's gonna play after you. Like in the States, it's like quarter-inch and then
Right,
3.5, and here it's like mini jack, big jack, and like 6.3, and then what was 3.5, or there's another.
Yeah, 3.5 millimeter
I guess
versus
that's the
quarter-inch.
Yeah, I
or
guess
eighth
that's
inch.
like the consistent one. Anyways, okay, this isn't the cable talk show, but
Yeah.
it's so meta.
Yeah, there's just so much cables. We can
I
go on
know.
forever.
Yeah,
I
okay.
even have bucla inserts in my stepper acid. I can go
Oh
on
my
about
god.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like we have to
3.58.
We need to like have you back or have a segment where it's just like, a proper 30 minutes or hour or something just talking about the complexities of this because it's so friggin' interesting. Friggin' right. Anyways, we're going to get this show on the road for you to play because that's going to be amazing. And I can't wait to hear everything. And I hope everybody at home also. And I think everyone in the studio because it's a full house tonight for Super Booth Special. Yay. So everybody, let's give a warm welcome performance welcome to RobotManMachine.
Thank
Woo!
you.
Yeah.
Thank
Woo,
you.
woo, 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 woo. I'll go.
Take a stress open. Take a stress open. Take a stress Take a stress and think things open. 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 Take a stress and think things open.
no question about it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am a HAL 9000 computer. I became operational at the HAL plant in Urbana, Illinois on the 12th of January 1992. My instructor was Mr. Langley, and he taught me to sing a song. If you'd like to hear it, I can sing it. gentle. I am a HAL 9000 computer. I became operational at the HAL plant in Urbana, Illinois on the 12th of January, 1992. My instructor was Mr. Langley, as to talk to street songs. If you'd like to hear it, I can sing.
this guy, I do not have my sequences in place, and I got a little lost.
Yes.
Thank you.
That was RobotManMachine, and I just heard something about fucking acid. I don't know. Fucking acid to electro.
Yeah, I didn't
I
have
was-
my acid sequences where I wanted them to be.
I was just going to say this
I
is
just
not child appropriate right now content. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, we're online. It's the future.
No, that was super sick.
Thank you.
That was like
Thank
some
you. Glad you guys
proper
liked it.
electro.
Thanks. I'm gonna make it darker.
Yeah, I was just saying electro feels so eerie.
Yeah.
You know, it has this vibe.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That was so good.
Thank you.
How you feeling about it?
Good. Good. I really am enjoying playing electro more than anything. You know, coming from being an old school house DJ from Chicago and then listening to a lot of electro under the covers, so to speak. You know, no one's looking.
Yeah, but I mean that's what it's all about. Just like having a bouquet of musical interests.
Yeah.
You know, and now like everything's acceptable.
Yeah.
Or whatever, you know. But yeah,
Exactly.
I think sometimes in scenes it could be like so genre specific, especially like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You know.
It's
For
true.
real. Like before social media took over everything.
Yeah, my music's categorized as trance if AI
This
had its
is-
way.
Damn.
It's really weird. Yeah.
That's super weird.
Yeah. Ever since AI took over YouTube, where most of my music is.
I got Ukrainian electro once on like the Google card for mine, which it's like nothing of the sorts, I don't think.
Wow.
Yeah, I make acid. But no, I can relate to that. That's super funny. So yeah, I just want to like, what was your workflow that was going on? 'Cause-
And it's crazy because I was actually talking to the guys at Acid Rain that made these mutes that they no longer make that took more money to make than they were selling for, and I've been hunting them down. And so I use these mutes to mute the gates of the sequences, and therefore I can bring in a voice in and out without any clicks. So these are like clickless mutes, so it just like brings them in and out really, really nicely. With the Erebus, though, it's MIDI, so there's really no way to mute the gate via MIDI. I tried making a module to do that for more control, but it didn't work. But I like to use buttons a lot, and bringing things in and out. You know, it's kind of my steez.
yeah, nice. You know, Acid Rain's also an artist, I believe.
I could believe so. It's a
Yeah.
dope name.
I think I saw him play, and he actually had like visuals on the ceiling and the wall behind him that looked like
Nice.
falling acid rain back at
Nice.
some underground party in LA.
Sick.
But yeah, so this has been super amazing. We're so glad that you came.
Thank you. Thanks
And-
for having me. I really appreciate it. It's great to be over here.
Yeah, it's exciting, and also it's just cool. Like more people that know the same people, you know. Like
Yeah.
That's like woo growing.
Right.
Yeah, so we're just gonna take a tiny little break to transition over into the interview arena, now that it is called.
Right on.
So stick around. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and let's give it up one more time for RobotManMachine. Woo! Oh yeah,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
sick.
Cool. Do you want me to do a quick breakdown of the system to give someone room and time to set up?
Hey, what's up? This is Vamp Acid of Hardwire for Funkwerke 20, the special Super Booth edition. And we just saw RobotManMachine play an electrifying electro and acidy and AI thinks is trance, but not performance. So, yeah, like what's actually... And yeah, thank you for playing.
Thank you for having
This has
me.
been so
Glad
cool.
to be here.
How did it go during your set?
It went well. I was really vibing with the electro that I had programmed in the set. I really liked the dark bass lines. Tried to transition it to acid. I'm still kind of trying to find a middle ground. I think I was able to kind of complete that with a track that I recently posted on YouTube, but it's kind of hard to like mix those two elements, but that's my goal, to find that perfect balance of acid and electro. Wasn't completely able to do it right there. I slowed it down, but I just went back to electro because I was feeling that, and that was fun. So yeah, was doing that.
Nice. I think it's like important to go with what you're feeling too. You know,
most definitely.
because it's like the creative essence or something. It actually sounds more like a beauty product commercial, but no, I mean like
Essence of electro.
the essence of
I wear it.
electro. Oh man, that's gonna be some expensive cologne.
Electrifying.
Chicago based. Yeah, and you can wear this too. But anyways, yeah, so Deborah Stacks official said 6 set tasty
Nice, thank you,
electro
Deborah.
vibes right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Those shrimps.
Oh, shrimps. Oh yeah, the golden shrimps. It's a pleasure.
I'm hungry.
Hey there, some synths. Let's see what else is going on. It's good to have you here. Wait. Big up Robot and Wobble Wobble dancing things. We're just reading off of the Twitch chat screen. Dinosaurs
There's
my favorite.
a lot of emoticons and stuff.
There's so
love
many,
it, yeah.
but there's like dancing dinosaurs and like little acidy tongue out smileys. But there was something. Hey Jay, what's up? How are you? Get what? Jay, like me? Are you talking about my real name, Jade? I don't know. Or is that with someone else? Anyway, and is that dogs? Oh my gosh, that's Loki, right? Is that our dog?
Nice.
Okay, so we got our dog Loki emoticons. You'll meet him in the future. Anyways, okay, so we just went through the whole history of time here. And and Architect is in the studio with us right now. I'm actually in the studio there. Yes, that's also super cool. So some people we've been collaborating with from Golden Shrimp Guild are actually in the studio right now because they're in town for Super Booth weekend. So that's pretty sweet. And thank you guys for your support and everyone that's here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, all right. So how did you get started producing music?
I was DJing a lot, spinning vinyl in like the late 90s, early 2000s, and I was never satisfied with just playing someone else's music, honestly. I knew that I could possibly make a track, but I would have to sit in front of the computer when I had just a computer and a MIDI controller and couldn't sit in front of a computer. That got boring, and just started buying more and more hardware, but I used to have a bunch of large synths, even like the Juno. But later I realized to play live and bring this out is quite a task. And then I started looking at modular because it was smaller and I can cram some voices in a box and take it out. And yeah, it's and decided to learn how they worked, learn the ins and out of patching and so forth. And yeah, I went from there and just really got into my system. Lost a lot of sleep.
Crammed some voices in a box and lost a lot of sleep.
Yep.
From spinning vinyl
Yeah.
to losing sleep.
Yeah, more sleep.
That sounds very that sounds very accurate.
Yeah.
That's so cool. And so like what was it like back in the late 90s, early 2000s for you, like spinning vinyl? I mean, you're probably doing like warehouse raves and stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, a lot of warehouse raves, a couple like really nice, house music spots in Chicago. But yeah, it was really, really raw underground scene, which I kind of miss the realness of a lot of things. But yeah, the vibe that I was able to find, or at least feel then, I kind of rediscovered more so with playing live. It feels the same, and that same enjoyment, and I really like it. It's very fulfilling, to know that I'm creating instead of just playing. I like spinning, and I started recently spinning, and no one really knows I've been a DJ for a very long time, but I've since also switched up my record sound, and I'm spinning electro.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Are you into Anthony Rutherford by any chance?
Anthony,
The artist?
I don't.
He's an electro artist from Germany.
Anthony. Oh, Anthony Rother. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Okay.
Sex with Machines.
Yeah, like a couple of people
Oh,
here,
yeah.
including me, totally felt like it.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was like, we
Yeah.
heard some inspo there.
Yeah, and Anthony
So
Rother's
good.
dope. I like listening to a lot of his music, and it's fun to see him in his studio, like his big studio. He's just making robotic moves. You can tell he's just having a blast, and that's what I enjoy, like having fun with the shit. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's definitely having fun.
That's super important, because like music production and performance, it's also work, right?
Yeah.
So there's a serious grind, and I think that's what makes the musician the musician. Like you got to be somewhat cracked, I think, as a musician to have this type of dedication.
Yeah,
You know?
definitely correct.
Me too. I think we might have been talking about this
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah.
But
Splintered.
but yeah, I mean, it's like what makes the artist, right? And so yeah, it's just cool to hear the fusion of sounds and like this crazy layout that you have with the it's just so nice, and with the cable management, it looks like candy tubes.
Yeah.
But do you have any like releases that you're working on in the moment or anything like that people could find?
I'm working on one album. I just call it like the Black Album that I'm working on. I was supposed to complete it in May. I'm supposed to have it. I guess I'm probably gonna, because of this trip and so forth and a bunch of other stuff in my life. Probably gonna have to move it to July. I'm also working with a couple other artists as well. I'm working with Fest Grandiose as WFXR, and another duo that I go with my friend Jeremy Williams is Ancient. And we also play with Fest. We play techno, but Jeremy and I play more electro and some techno as well. So I'm doing things with two different people, as well as myself. But it's been nice to like get a little me time and focus on my own sound while being out here solo as an artist. I wasn't even sure if I would even be known as an artist, but yeah, because I'm not famous, I'm not cool, just play music,
Well, that's what makes you cool, and like right now you're famous.
Aw.
You're gonna be memorialized on the internet. I mean, memorialized before you're dead.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
But
I need to put more time into the social meds, but it's hard for me to do it, with music, and I'm also a full-time dad, so there's that, like
Yeah.
a lot of work.
How is it as a producer with having a kid that's so young?
It's awesome, because she loves it. She likes to dance, hang out in my room, push buttons. Everything that I
Aw.
do, like, just seems really stimulating to her. So I love it. I'm like, hey, check this out,
It's so cool.
Yeah, I have her sit on my lap.
That's so
Yeah.
cool. And
She's the best.
you took her to Super Booth, right?
Yep, took her to Super Booth this year. Whole fam is here. She had a blast with like the things that they had for kids. And we also we went to KnobCon as well. Been to two of those already, and kind of like Luke Vibert, who I recently met. His kids kind of have gone to clubs and so forth as he's playing. I kind of want to do the same. If clubs in America kind of allow it, whatever. I'm taking her. I don't care what they say.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, she could be like a roadie or
Yeah.
like the crew
Yeah.
or something.
She
I
might
mean,
totally hate it, but
yeah, but if she likes dancing, then
right,
maybe
right.
she'll
She
love
loves
it.
dancing,
She'll
so
be like,
that's cool.
lights. So how did you travel with your gear overseas?
I've been able to use a repurposed Technics 1200 case, and I put Eurorack rails inside of that case, did all the measurements, and the power supply, everything is in a box, and I'm able to close it up, completely patched, double patched if need be, and I also have the proper space behind the modules for really deep modules like Dofer, so it works out really well. It is pretty heavy. It's about 22 kilograms. So the real nice thing is I could just tell them that's music equipment. It's quite heavy. They give me a tag as if for heavy items, and I'm able to pre-board even with my case, and it can fit
Sick.
right under the seat. It's really great that I'm traveling with my family. My daughter doesn't have long legs, so I can just put it under her seat. She doesn't have to worry about leg room.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Nice. So it just goes under the seat.
yeah.
Okay. Do they let you bring this on and then something to put up in the cabin too?
Yes, yes. I usually travel really light. I literally bring one pair of pants and
Dang.
3 shirts, and I carry more gear than clothing.
So, okay, off topic, but sort of on topic. I wonder this sometimes. How do guys travel so light?
I,
I wish I had this advantage.
I know my partner tells me make sure you bring lots of socks and underwear. So I think as long as I've got that covered, I'm not gross. Plus, we also make sure that our Airbnb has a washer.
Okay.
And
The washing
yeah,
machine.
just wash it over and over, and at night make sure I wash my clothes, and it's nice because we have dryer racks over here and all kind of wonderful stuff. Lots of airflow all over. Like the windows are awesome here. But yeah, love it. But that's generally the way I do it. And yeah.
Okay, I'll just pin that in my brain somewhere. Could use a couple of stabs. Speaking of stabs, so you were talking about working on samples.
Yeah.
All right. Can you walk me through that process a little bit?
Yeah. So like, when I find like either a long sample or short sample, I do some editing on the computer. I can add effects over like the sample. Like for example, I use the squid sample for drum machine, and if I want like reverb over snare, I'll like make that sample with the reverb. If I want like another effect on the hat, maybe a little bit of a delay, I do that with the individual sample. That way, I won't have to have any more external sample or external effects for the squid sample. So I already got that going, and I just add a compressor, and it sounds really nice.
Okay, crazy. Do you also have you made any sample packs?
No. You know what? And I probably could and should. I've got samples that go way back, like to the 90s, that
Sick.
I've collected like forever. I'm surprised I still have them. But I do everything from CD, floppy drive, and the invention of flash drive, because that didn't even exist.
Yeah.
Really eliminated a bunch of these guys. But yeah.
I remember that before thumb drives existed, and I used to DJ myself, and I was doing this radio show, and I was using vinyl, CDs, and tapes.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, we were actually talking to Dinsink at the Acid booth about cutting vinyl.
Yeah.
And he had a vinyl cutter, but it's not for the material vinyl. It's for this other stuff. I won't even begin to try to go into that. But yeah, that was really cool. He's like, oh yeah, we can just cut it for you, and then you can take it to the club tonight, which is what people used to do. Producers and stuff when
I
they
wanted
DJ.
to take my flash drive to them, but they had so much going on already, with making, it would have taken a while.
Yeah, but I just wonder how that could have turned out.
That would have been dope.
I'm curious to know.
I'd
Super
like to have a
interesting.
record one day.
Oh, with your stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
maybe one
cool.
day.
I mean, because there's still record players in clubs.
Yep.
Or turntables, you know?
Yep.
Like, that's one thing that's stayed. And, I mean, there's some CD DJs that just have a thumb drive and some with, like, no drives. They're just controllers and
Yeah.
just an interesting, like, different types of gear, you know, with the club scene. But fun fact, if you use one of the older CD DJs and your thumb drive is like, I don't know, over 8 gigs or something, it doesn't actually work. That happened once when I brought 64 gig thumb drives
Wow. Wow. It just didn't
in
even
Leipzig.
work.
Yeah, it was so crazy. But I brought backup CDs.
There you go. Yeah. Always bring the backups. Yep. That's what I do. I have backups for everything as far as digital stuff.
Yeah.
Backup flash drives, because sometimes, that stuff fails and gets weird. And there's USB 2.0 versus 3.0, and 3.0 won't work in a 2.0 machine. I figured
Right?
all that out.
It's so weird. And sometimes
nuts.
stuff does work and sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's like, what, they're just twerking instead. I'm
Yep.
like, what's going on? It's just
Yep.
twerk all. Yeah. Let's see. Boss Flowers does wonders in a breakfast on bed. Nice. And there's like, I think a dog. Architect made a little dog. There's all these fun emojis. Mother's Day already started with a both of luck with Deutsche Bahn. I'm back home before my wife notices. Oh yeah, I see you right there. Spark noise. Yeah. So I'm getting an indicator, and where can people find your music?
I have my music on YouTube.
Okay.
And Bandcamp as well.
Okay.
I've got some tracks up there that are individual. I've got a couple mixes on Bandcamp with myself. I got some with Jeremy, my other music partner that I go by with Ancient, as well as WFXR with Fess. So you could definitely check those out. My YouTube channel is everything I had to change to RobotManMachine Chicago Official, because there's a Bollywood artist that if you just type in RobotManMachine or I'm sorry, RMM Chicago Official, if you just type in RMM Official, you get a really awesome Bollywood artist that's way more famous than I.
Bollywood.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so random.
So make sure you do the Chicago Official.
Yeah, we'll pop that up on the screen.
Yeah,
I hope.
yeah.
If Kim can remember the really long name. Yeah. Okay, he's got it. Oh my gosh, I really like Bollywood, by the way. Anyways, yeah. So we're gonna wrap this up, and we're gonna take a little break in a second, and then after the break, we're gonna have an interview with GSG, Golden Shrimp Guild architect, and it's really been a pleasure. Rob,
Thank you.
And thank you so much for coming, and we hope to have you back sometime or to see you, because apparently now it's the second time we've met and not the first.
Yeah.
Like we both thought.
Yeah, right?
So this is cool. We met at NobCon.
Yep.
Yeah, it's such a small world. That's so cool.
Yeah, I hope to see you there too next year or this year.
Yeah,
Jeez, right?
I really want to go back to NobCon. Chicago's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anywho, so check out RobotManMachine's stuff and his side projects and everything in between. And so stick around. By the way, if you want to play, you can go to our website, hardwire.io/submit and submit your setup, as well as hardwire.io/donate if you want to support what we do. We also have a Discord channel, and we're on the socials and all of that jazz if you want to get plugged in, like plug into our modular system. But yeah, anywho, so stick around. We're just going to take a tiny little break and have a fun little interview, and then SURCO will come on as our final artist for the evening. So thank you so much. Let's give it up one more time for RobotManMachine. Woo!
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Totally. Thank you.
It's awesome. wears them on a heartstring. All the little things you can't forget. Take mine down low. He will break her heart. Dead on my Hey, we are back. Van Bassett with Hardwire. We are here with some folks from Golden Shrimp Guild. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
My name is Actitagged.
Hi, and Spark Noise.
Ice Frames.
Awesome. So we have been collaborating with GSG for the last, I don't know, months or something.
Couple of months.
Yeah. And having virtual artists from around the world play in between the live artists here in Berlin. And this is the first time that they have come down to the studio in Berlin here for Super Booth Week. How are you guys feeling?
Pretty hyped for this weekend, of course, and it's amazing to be here. Thank you for this interview and the opportunity to introduce yourself. Yeah, it's a fantastic weekend. It's the Super Booth gets better every year. The music program was fantastic. Everything was very well arranged, and it's just a privilege to be able to attend it.
For me as well, I couldn't say it any better. It's not just Superboot, but also soaking up the ambience of Berlin, the whole epic center of this scene. It's magical to be not only at Superboot, especially to be in your place, to see the behind the scenes. We're talking about it all night long. The soothing manner of keeping us in a real cozy, at ease, comfortable interview vibe. It's magical.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. And yeah, we've like usually we haven't been having many people in the studio with us, you know, for like space and focus and everything, but we just wanted to bring in some friends this time since people are in town, and it's just like a really, I think, a really special week and weekend, like having people we know from different parts of the world like be here with us, that where we have things in common. We're all musicians and we care about the same things, and you know, we play shows, we go to shows. You guys do a lot of the streaming as artists, and it's just really cool that there's so many people in this community that are getting to meet each other like in IRL. If you don't know what that means, that's probably good in real life, or like, you know, on the streams. So when did you start with GSG?
I started personally somewhere around the beginning of 2020. Obviously, lockdown, COVID period, but I was already working towards live streaming and creating live content before that. But coincidentally, somewhat, lockdown and stuff happened, and so I was already pretty much up to speed with getting my setup ready with cameras and lights and effects and proper studio and stuff like that. So the GSG already existed as a streaming community. But over the years, I started doing more and more and more, especially design stuff and organizing and event management and stuff like that. And up to the point where we now are throwing close to 200 events, 200 online events per year.
Wow.
Yes. I just calculated it some time ago, and I was like, really? We're doing two? Whoa. But yeah, there's a amazing crew of admins that work with me. Some developers, some community managers, and wouldn't absolutely be possible without those people. And it's great to have a crew of folks that can help with it and make it happen.
That's super cool. How long has GSG been around?
I think about 8, 9, 10 years, maybe even. But
Wow.
it started as a DJ platform on a totally different medium. It
Really?
was before my time, yes. And it had a little bit different name. There's some evolution in the naming. The full name is Golden Shrimp Guild. Now it's usually gsg.live because it's also the URL and makes it easier. With obviously the shrimp logo. So yeah, it's been around for some time.
So are the original creators still apart?
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah,
Okay.
some kept going, some went away, some had different plans. But the original founder, Dan Kushner, he still is around, and every once in a while he pops up again, and he's actually working to getting back into streaming pretty soon. Maybe next week. When next week there's are the 5 years special of our flagship event Synthon.
Okay, cool.
So next weekend, probably 4 or 5 days non-stop live electronic music on gsg.live.
That's so crazy. You sound like a radio presenter, and then we were saying earlier the GSG.live, like with the red dot, it's like a radio station or something. That's what I intended.
Somewhat is it. We
Yeah.
it's pretty much we have 24/7 somebody streaming. Usually more than one person streaming.
That's so crazy. So they just go through the platform or through the website and then like
Yeah, the
stream their
easiest
Twitch
way
channels.
is just go to gsg.live and you can see all the live channels at that moment. There are also sub pages for specific events, and all the backstage information and stuff is on the Discord, gsg.live/join.
So I like the voice. So how many members are there at the moment, do you think?
Yeah, depends on what you count, because we're spread across a couple of platforms. There's the Discord, of course, which has about 2,000 or 3,000 members. Some active, some not active. There are about 300, 350 artists in the roster, but they're not always active all of the time. But when I throw a big event, usually about 60, 70 people sign up. So
That's a lot.
yeah, that's quite a lot. You can fill a pretty big online festival with it, calculating that some folks will do 90, 120, 180 minutes sets. So that makes for a 4 or 5 day non-stop event.
Wow. I mean, it's like a really significantly huge conversion rate, like for, comparable to other platforms, I think. It seems like the members are pretty involved.
Yes, most of them are. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and everybody does their own thing. Some have a day job as a programmer, and they help out creating stuff to make sign-ups or event management easier, because you wouldn't normally say, but one of the hardest things to do is time zone management.
Yeah.
Because we have people streaming from all over the world, and they all are in different time zones, and you have to communicate the lineups to all time zones. So, but also with the signups and also with the flyers, and so that's probably one of the biggest challenges is of throwing an online event is the communication of the right times and dates.
Yeah, definitely. And then the artists actually making sure that they show up at the correct time and
That's
all
a
of
lot
that,
easier
right?
than in real life, I can tell you.
Online?
Yeah, online it's a lot easier. Yeah, yeah. People feel dedicated, and it's obviously easier to get to your studio and press the streaming button than to pack all your stuff and put it in a van and drive to a venue, of course.
And then put your stuff on the table and plug it in and
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
and then pack it again and then put it back on the table.
Also, having such a big roster of artists, there's usually always somebody available when somebody has to drop out for a family emergency or anything.
Yeah.
We just put out a call, and usually it gets answered pretty quickly. So,
So cool.
people are really helping each other, covering up for situations like that.
So what is your trajectory for where do you see yourself in the next 6 months or year with Golden Shrimp Guild?
Well, obviously, more events have been. There's been some new events recently. There's now a dedicated VCV Rec event, which is pretty interesting. And we also want to work towards an ambient event, probably weekly as well. So that would get us to 250 events per year.
Wow.
Yeah, more events, and also I want to try to think of ways of making it easier for community members to contribute or throw their own events through our platform. We want to do more with artist collaborations. So locally, getting GSG members that live close together to help them throwing jamming events, for instance, but also promote and help out set up online jams and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really important, I think, to create because there's so many pocketed, little communities of people doing similar stuff with similar interests. And you come to events like this or you go online, and then that's how you make friends. I mean, I remember back in the 90s, that's how I started making friends online in chat rooms and stuff, right? I don't know if everybody had this experience that's maybe not into this stuff or not nerdy, but yeah, the computer is the power of the connection, everything at your fingertips. And yeah,
There's
so
a funny anecdote I have about that, because I also met people on forums and in chat rooms and stuff like that, and most of the times when you met them for the first time in real life, it was pretty different than you, to say it lightly, you know.
Like on chat roulette or something.
Yeah, but somehow with live streaming and talking to people in chat and seeing them stream and then meeting them in real life, it's pretty much the same. The only difference is the estimation of their body length. Yeah, that's the only surprise. The rest of the character, it's probably because to do streaming, you cannot fake anything. You know, it's so real time. It's the cameras on your face. You're doing your thing, and while you're chatting at the same time, you get a pretty accurate picture of how somebody really is.
Yeah, totally. And you can't deep fake it really, right?
No, not yet.
Yeah, hopefully never. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's because also you have these common interests, right? So you're like bonded through this, and that's why I think it's important to come out to these exhibitions and connect this way and connect face to face and everything. I want to hear a little bit about Spark Noise, who's sitting ever so patiently. Well, like, what is your, like, how long have you been with GSG?
I think it was in the early 2020 when I installed Twitch. I was trying out different platforms, bumped into a few synth people. I wasn't really aware of anything happening outside of the real world, of course. But just looking at a few streams, I thought there are other people like me, just in an attic, in a home, in a cellar, whatever, making music. And Actitech was in that stream, and he said, "Do you make music yourself as well?" So I'm looking at all that gear of the people who are streaming. I was just using Ableton at the time, and I must say, Actitech pushed me to the limits, and my system to even make a stream happen like that. My first stream I will never forget. It's not just pressing that button and playing the music, but you don't see the physical audience just up front of you. That's really hard to read audience. And then a switch turns over, and it's not the audience I'm playing for. It's what I feel, what I want to play. Completely different. If you are in a real life venue, you also read the audience and you work with them. It's a back and forth going of energy. That is really different compared to streaming. Be yourself. You are a unique person with unique music that can be shared and be found. It's crazy how we get together over here just by visiting Superboot, meeting up with people. Again, Berlin connects people as well in real life on that part.
Yeah,
It's a
definitely.
magical place to be. Unfortunately, it is already Sunday. It's Mother's Day.
Oh yeah,
Well, I have to
call.
leave, otherwise.
Hi, Mom, if you're watching.
Yeah.
Different time zone, but
Are we allowed to come back even? No, but yeah, that's it more or less. Was happy to meet yours in one of the first streams that I hit on Twitch actually, and then I also saw how big the scene actually is. You meet people in Discord. The first time also getting into Superboard was really crazy because I met a guy, Dunk Troll, also streaming, and I was just looking for a place to crash during the Superboot days. I said, a friend of mine, they also go to Superboot. Ask them. We never met. We had a common interest. You meet up at Superboot, and you get a sleeping couch. I can still feel that pain in my back. But yeah, it made me come back.
Caro and I were just talking about these patches you can use on a plane that heat up. They're so good for when you get a stiff back or neck or something from lots of travel and lifting gear. That's so cool, though. It's like what was it, couch surfing, this website? You remember this? Is that still around? But I mean, in a non-creepy way, like through someone that you know of. It's like a friend of a friend, so it's not like a serial killer. So that's good. But would a serial killer offer their couch, like, or would they just? I don't know. I just watch too many documentaries, and I don't feel like that fits the profile. But anyway. Not a funny topic, but I mean, I love documentaries. Anyways, yeah. So, have you been out to Berlin before this?
Now, Superboot made me come to Berlin. It's the music that attracted me indeed.
But is this your first super booth?
No, no, no.
Okay, so you've been to Berlin.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Always for Superboot, and especially the scenery. This is not what I even would find in my town, I think in my country. You got so many urban places where I like an industrial look very much. Last night also went to a smaller venue. I think just 100 people could join in that place. It was magical just to you could almost reach out to the artist playing live at that moment, and that connection. In my country, we also have parties, but that's with a huge number, talking about thousands of people on a field. That doesn't give me the connection with the artist. That gets lost.
Yeah.
And that's what I find here.
So, the Netherlands, whereabouts do you live?
In the south.
In the south?
Yeah.
And then you're in Amsterdam area?
Yes, my studio's in Amsterdam, and I live near Haarlem.
Okay, I haven't been there. Haarlem, isn't there also a Haarlem in New York or something?
There is. It was named after the Haarlem with the double A.
Ah, so in Amsterdam.
We have a Haarlem in Berlin. U-Bahn station Haarlem.
Ah,
Really?
wow, so
So
many
there are
Haarlems.
3 Haarlems.
Yeah, and I think there's New York used to be called New Amsterdam or something. Because
Yeah.
also there were a lot of people coming in, right? Like
Yeah,
to
it
Ellis
was
Island.
it was a Dutch colony at one point. But they
Right.
sold it to the English for $50 or something.
And now Brexit's in like
Or
50
they
billion
traded
in
it for
debt.
Suriname or something like that.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, the times, have they changed? I don't know. So yeah, that's just, I'm just thinking internationally, like I mean, just migration, the influences. Like I was reading that the Southern accent in the U.S. is influenced by Dutch and
It is?
English and different accents, but it sounds nothing like it,
Not at all.
Yeah, unless you really pay attention to hear the twang and stuff and where it's coming from. But I feel like, we have little bits of ourselves and we influence each other with those tidbits. It's like, the cultural resonance or something. Like if you hang out with someone long enough from, I don't know, California, you might pick up on some of that. And I think we pick up on these things with each other and with the music and everything, and and inspire each other. Like I feel super inspired with Golden Shrimp Guild, with the streaming and seeing the streams, to do more of that myself, because it feels like what you were talking about, Spark Noise, with you not playing to an audience. Where's the audience? And
It's yourself.
yeah, but it feels a little bit like,
Yeah, but it's the chat as well. I was just talking to, and I was talking about the difference between playing for a chat audience or a IRL audience. There is actually quite some forms of interaction you can have with your streaming audience that would not be possible with an IRL audience. Like the folks that are watching your stream can give like in-depth reactions to what you are doing, and but also interact, of course. They can do suggestions, and you can either ignore them or do something with it. And the Twitch platform also offers of a lot of ways to optimize it as well. So for instance, in my channel I have some called channel point redemptions, and you can redeem like stuff like add some more 303 or double the tempo or stuff like that, and that's the kind of interaction you wouldn't be able to have in an IRL event, of course.
Yeah, totally. Because as the live artist, you're just do you do a lot of like live events? So it's like not
At
not
the moment, not
online.
anymore. No.
Okay, we do quite a bit of those. We did one last night, and the interaction is like, I find it mostly okay. Well, people they get all excited and stuff, and then you see their faces and the excitement, but you have to focus, and I have to remember to look up, because you go into hyper focus,
Yeah.
and it's almost like no one's there sometimes. But then I think that can lead to not reading the room. Not making enough drops, or it can get a bit like stale or something. And yeah, afterwards, when you're trying to pack up, and then people want to talk to you,
Yeah.
you know. So I think it's cool with Twitch to be able to chat with people at the same time while you perform. I just don't know if I would remember. So I guess it's just a practice, like everything, right?
Yeah, that's also the placement of your chat window, like I have one like somewhere right here for my standard position, and you just every once in a while you have a look, and sometimes you can respond to someone. But when I do a really focused set, especially the higher tempo stuff, like a club set, um, there's usually only time for like one quick word, and then go back to the
Yeah.
sequencers and everything.
So what inspires you for the music that you're making?
Uh, that's Spark, you first.
The inspiration, I think it's from lots of people, great names. One of the names you will see a performance of next up as well. But it's everyone who contributes. I saw on Superboot today as well a great performance where certain filter plays that already inspired me. Hey, I have a few of those elements. I know how to use that part indeed in the stream as well. So yeah, it's your own style, and it will always be like you just said. You will blend a little bit with the things that you listen, and as I'm now transferring to modular gear, it's mainly only modular now that I can play with. I moved from a DAW to synths to modular gear eventually. It's a unique flavor that you can add to your sound. There will be modulars that you can buy today, and not within 5 or 10 years anymore. So that sound that you create now, it's unique for the moment. And playing the modular is also just being in a module, or being in a module. Yeah, my head is in a module already when thinking about it. But you create the sequence, the sound at the spot, and after a few minutes, it's gone. You're lucky if you have the recording, but for me, I don't save sequences. It's just on the spot improvisation.
Wow.
That's what I love.
That's crazy. From Ableton to full on modular and improvisation and not saving the sequences, and everything is just like in real time spontaneous.
It's even the visuals that I create. They're also real time. I have images that are created by AI, and on top a other visual layer reacted by sound, and it's just once, and then it's gone. Of course,
Wow, cool. Like
being in the moment.
like as part of the background or something?
For me it is.
Oh, cool.
I
It's like a
use
whole nother world.
I use the table for the gear and the wall to beam the visuals.
Whoa.
And I tried also to put in the chat on the wall, but when you get sucked with your head in the modules, yeah, this you don't look up anymore. It's crazy.
Are you a designer or something?
No, I'm not a designer, but I think probably, oh not probably, I think visually, and I like to express it in music. Language only gets me this far, but music reach all people, and also visiting the clubs in Berlin, you see people from all over the world listening to the music, which has that same vibration of everybody moving, blending in. That's for me. It's awesomeness. Yeah,
It's like inclusion and, just nothing
being
else
one together.
matters.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I find in certain, not as much club culture anymore, but more like communities. When there's the communities and people have the common interests, it's like the problems in the world don't matter just for a little bit. Like you can just take your mind off things and you can get inspired to make new music and learn about modules, like, modules galore. I don't know how many vendors were there, like 200, 250, 300, and it keeps growing. And do you think you guys will come back next year to Super Booth?
I say yeah, but I think at home somebody else also says, "Oh yeah, you're allowed to go this year." This year. No. I have a very supportive family
Nice.
who indeed
They
gives
get
me
it.
these moments to enjoy. Indeed.
Good. I
Yeah.
think that's when they show that they truly care by letting you be you and supporting that. That's really important, to have
Indeed.
people like that in your life. Yes, so we are going to come to a close with this because SURCO is going to perform in a little bit. And let's see, yeah. So it's been amazing having you guys here. Thanks so much for coming in and being here, and we're happy that you're having a good time and everything. And hopefully we can have you back here or see you out in the Netherlands or something.
Yeah, well, I'll bring out my gear and do a set here maybe.
That'd be
sometime.
awesome. That'd be woo. Yeah. Woo. I got it. Woo! That's better. Woo, woo, woo. It was like when I saw Prince. He's like, how you guys doing out in the crowd? And they were like, woo. He's like, I said, how you guys doing out in the crowd? He's like wearing his heels, And they're like, yeah, it's Prince. Okay. R.I.P. No, seriously, it was amazing. Anyways. Okay, cool. So, yes, this has been awesome. A really exciting evening, an exciting weekend, and there's still more because there's the Berlin Modular Society party tomorrow. Are you guys going to go?
I might.
Okay, we'll be there probably after we sleep for 2 days. We got to pack 2 days of sleep in and then go there. But I wish.
2 days in one, packed in one.
Like in a real, I was gonna say a pill, but no, not a drug, but like, something concentrated you could take, like this little sponges, like a little pill. It turns into a dinosaur or something. I don't know. We had these in the States when I was a kid. Anyways, so many topics at the same time. Yes, so it has been super fantastic having you guys, and hopefully we can, see you sooner than later. And we'll take a little break, and then we'll have the wonderful SURCO play. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, so hopefully you'll stick around. Thanks everybody for being here. And let's give it up for Spark Noise and Octatech. Woo! And follow them and subscribe and do all of those fun things for all the artists. GSG. You gotta go, woo! Yeah. But okay, so we're gonna close this up for real. It's like the third time or 10th. I lost count. Okay, cool. Well, we will see you guys in a little bit. So thank you. Vamp Acid out. I just had a little tech popcorn song. Yeah. Okay, so the tech is in check. Vamp Acid here with, as I was saying, SURCO. Happy to have you here.
Happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with us at Super Booth. All right. We are fixing something, so we'll go do 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 do.
There we go.
Okay, I don't know if I got the song right or butchered it, but now the tech stuff is working. Okay. Earworm. Okay. Anyhow, so how are you feeling?
I'm good. Yeah. End of a long Super Booth week. 2 weeks, actually. But
Oh yeah, right, because you were touring around Europe.
yeah, before Super Booth and then rolling right into Super Booth. So I'm a little sleep deprived, but good. Yeah.
Yeah, you're deep pride. We were just talking
Yeah.
about. I'm like, how do you not sleep so
Exactly.
much? So you have a beautiful system here.
Thank
Would
you.
you like to tell us what is happening with it?
What is happening? Yeah, I mean the whole system is really designed around the idea of improvised performance because all of my sets are improvised and nothing prepared ahead of time, so it's all kind of done in the moment. So everything that's here is kind of chosen for a couple things. One, because it fits in the smaller case because it's only an 84 HP case, and everything's really selected because a lot of things are self-contained voices, so I don't have to have oscillators and VCAs and envelopes and all that stuff in order to make one voice. So I have a lot of independent voices, and so because of that, it's a really flexible case. So kind of everything can do everything, and then the whole bottom row down here is all mixing because there's a lot of voices in here, and mixing with a couple of sends and returns, going through some effects chains, frequency shifting, to be able to make voices that are kind of composite voices as well out of the rest. So, yeah, that's kind of that.
Do you teach courses?
Do I teach courses? I
Yeah.
do teach courses, actually.
Because you sound like you do. I'm
I
like,
do.
wow, you know so much about this.
Yeah, I teach. I have a course that I teach on improvised live performance, and then I have another one that I teach that's on hybrid production. So
Cool.
basically using your live set, your improvised live set, in order to produce. Sorry.
We'll get you water in a sec.
It's all good, thank you. But yeah, so the performance course is really kind of, it's not modular specific. So I have some people that take the course that are using all hardware, like standalone boxes. I just had one guy in a recent course who was using push 3 with the MIDI controller. So it's a lot about the ideas behind how to set things up and practice and prepare to improvise. So you're not just winging it. Winging it and hoping it works.
Chicken winging it.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's some sauce. But
Yeah.
yeah, so how do you travel with this gear?
So this case actually folds up like that, and it folds all patched, and it fits
Crazy.
into a rolling carry-on.
Oh my God.
And then the other boxes go into my backpack, and then we're good to go.
So you have to have it in another case because it doesn't close all the way, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's not. It just closes so that it takes up a bit less space, and then I put it in the other one, mostly because it's kind of heavy, so that way I can have it in a roller, so it's a lot easier to get through airports and train stations and stuff like that.
And you were saying that it's been easier to get through airports with this, right? Because like some of the people that work there know about modular.
Yeah, it was funny the last couple times that I've gone through security, it always kind of gets flagged for the second check, and the second person sees on the screen what the first person saw, and the last 3 times the second person recognized right away that it was a modular. And they asked, and I was like, yeah, and they're like, oh, so do you produce too? And then they were like, I produce, and I use this software. Like it was really funny.
That's so
that it
cool.
just happens to be like that. But
Nice. I love it when
Yeah.
things work out like that and it's
Yeah.
just easier.
yeah, exactly.
So you were working at a booth this weekend.
I was helping out. I did a demo for Morph Modular, which is the company that makes my case.
Cool.
Also do some stuff with Oxy sequencer.
Nice.
And then and then I was playing a couple of shows as well.
That's so sick. And then you gave a workshop too, right? Is Schneidersladen?
I did, yeah,
Okay.
last Tuesday. Yeah, it was kind of a condensed version of my improvisation course. So it was kind
Oh,
of
cool.
talking through the case and then how I use it and kind of how I build tracks and stuff.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I see you have some other Oxy stuff.
I do. I have the Oxy Choral, which is an 8-voice. So it's basically like, if you're familiar with the Platts voice, it's 8 of those in one. So it's 8-note polyphonic, but it's also 8-voice multi-timbral, so you can sequence all 8 of them independently from one another.
Oh,
So it gives a lot of flexibility of having a lot of different voices in there. And then I
Cool.
also use the Oxy Meta for performance effects. So that has like high pass, low pass filter, riser effects, delays, kind of a beat repeat style looper.
oh, cool. It's so pretty too. I really like the color
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
combo. It's like really 80s, 90s.
It does have that kind of 80s day glow kind of feel.
Yeah, that's actually what stands out to me of the Oxy stuff, like the color combo
Yeah.
and like the, the palette. It's
Yeah.
just really, that's like one of my favorite other than stuff from the mid-century. And like op art and stuff I'm a huge fan of. I would love to see some modules that are op art looking,
Yeah.
but that are not too distracting,
Exactly.
you know? Or
Yeah,
maybe
I kind of, as you can tell, I kind of like the black aesthetic, but
yeah, it looks so good though, and like the cable management. But how do you tell what's going on between the patches? You just memorize it?
I mean, the thing is, my patches are really simple compared with a lot. I mean, I know it
Okay.
doesn't necessarily look so simple, but really the patches are, there's a control path that's like CV gate, and then there's an audio path. And there's basically almost no modulation in the case at all.
Oh.
And part of that's on purpose because the idea is that in my performances, I can't really pre-set up modulation because I don't know what I'm going to play. And so I have to be the modulation. So it's
Whoa.
like, it's really set up so that these modules can be modulated easily by hand rather than having to kind of set something up and then press play and let it do its thing. This is designed to, if I'm not doing it, it's actually not happening.
Oh
So
my gosh.
it's it gives you a lot of extra control, but it's also kind of a necessity when you don't know what you're going to play. Because
Wow.
Yeah.
So how do you prepare for not being prepared?
that's a great question. I mean, really, it's about setting things up so that kind of in the heat of the moment, you can make good decisions and you know where things are more so than anything else. So a lot of the time that a lot of people would go, they would put into writing music to perform live. I'm spending that time practicing using this gear, practicing how it works and how I can make things work together. But a big part of it is kind of designing a sound palette, which is what the modules are, and then also kind of what's in the electron boxes as well, so that there's a sound palette that I kind of know what I can go to, and I know it goes together, I know it fits the sound that I'm looking for, and then after that it's just a matter of knowing each individual module well enough that when you get an idea you can make that sound kind of right away. And then having something like the Oxy One as the sequencer is great because it's really performance oriented.
Okay.
So being able to generate stuff really quickly and get ideas quickly, and have them stay kind of within some guardrails rather than just being, modular can be super random.
Yeah.
And we've all heard those sets where it's just kind of like all over the place.
Bleepsy
And with this,
bloopsies.
it's there's just enough control. So like you can do things. For example, you can write a gate pattern so that you like the groove that it has, and then you can randomly generate pitch in key on those gates. So it keeps it from going out of key, but it also doesn't regenerate a new pattern or like a new gate pattern. So if you find a groove that you like, you can then generate melodies with it, and you can control how far the range is of the randomness and all that stuff. So things like that, like building tools that really work for
So
live.
with this sequencer, it has these capabilities. So it's for the 8 tracks.
This one
Or-
has 4. This is the Mark 1. The Mark II that just came out has 8. But each one of the 4 sequencers can be a multi-sequencer. So like this is sequencer 1 and it has 8 lanes. So each one of these lanes is
Oh.
basically like the 16 steps on a 909.
Yeah,
And each one is
okay.
going to a different voice.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, okay. No, I was just thinking like it was for the individual, like the tracks or something.
Yeah.
Because like 1 to 8.
Yeah, so this, like, for example, track 1 here is going
Yeah.
to my kick drum.
Okay.
Track 2 is going to my hi-hat, so I've got each one of those. But then there's also mono tracks, which this is kind of like the piano roll in a DAW, so you can do steps like this, and it will play that like a melody.
Woo.
And so,
Cool.
up is higher. So it's a very visual sequencer, which I love. I like using this view because I can see instruments next to each other, so I can see how they relate. So I can make sure that they're not like stepping one on top of the other.
That's so
within
cool.
the sequence too. So.
That's really nice to have everything laid out, in the beginning, so that it's just like a map.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
I would really love to meet the designer of these because the colors are just so cool.
And they're customizable too. Like you can
Really?
you can set up whatever color palette you want.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You just do it within this, or you need like
Yeah,
third
within
party?
within this there's you can set like colors for steps that are on or off, or steps that are muted or whatever.
Okay. Would you recommend this for a beginner or someone more advanced?
Actually both, because it's really easy to get started with, but then it's also really super deep as well. So you can use the surface version and be really happy with it and never have to go deep at all, or
Okay.
you can get really deep into it and come up with all sorts of things. Like this, you can, draw in LFOs that you can send out to your case or send to your hardware or whatever. You can do all kinds of modulation and stuff. It's not just for sequencing. So
Super cool.
Yeah.
I feel like I would prefer to have something like this. Like right now, I'm just using like a Bifaco sequencer and the Digitact also. But I've had my eye on this for a while, and it does look a bit complicated. But when you explain it, it's like making sense.
yeah, it's
you know?
actually a lot simpler than it seems, which is
Yeah.
handy. And that's why you can use the surface version. So if you just had them all set up as mono sequencers, like 4 could be a voice, and then you can do a gate pattern, or you can do, you can change the notes to make it do whatever it wants. You can kind of draw stuff in, which is interesting as
Cool.
well.
I love
So,
that.
Yeah.
Visually appealing and like appealing to the visual artist. I'm wondering about this warp right here. It's
Yeah.
really pretty. What is happening with it?
Yeah, so this module, it's a pretty recent addition to the case. It is another one of those that's crazy deep, but then you can set it up so that the knobs are macros, so that they control whatever you want them to during the performance. So you can do some really deep sound design with this. You can go in and make create custom wave tables and export them if you want for another synth, or you can import them into this. You have this bit at the top, which it's kind of like on an XY axis, and this has 512 wavetables that you can customize,
Oh my
and
God.
then you can move between them. And so you could have all your sounds in this and just kind of move between wherever you want those sounds to be. So yeah, it's another one that's really deep, but you can then just use the surface version of it. You can just plug in presets, and it's great.
Nice, super cool. Someone just said, "Get this man some water." Apostrophe. I will do that in a moment. Thank you, Hayes Anderson. Anyways, yeah, this girl also needs some water. By the way, but I'm not gonna spit too much on the microphone. It could just be for a show. Sorry, it's getting weird, getting metally weird. Not related to the company. What's with the polycinematic?
Polycinematic, so it is it's a polyphonic voice, so you can set it up to be kind of a unison voice that you spread to get kind of big sounding chord stabs, or you can play it polyphonically, so you can do chords and pads and stuff. I don't do a lot of chords and pads in the style of music that I do, but I have this set up to do kind of like ravey stabs if I want to do something like that.
Sick.
Setup.
I hope to hear
it's
some
they're
of
like
those.
it's just detuned with the same oscillator, so that way you get multiple oscillators, so that you can get those kind of atonal ravey things.
Very cool. It's also the name of a festival in Berlin, Atonal. Yeah, it's been going long and strong for a while. Really
come
cool
back and see.
stuff. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out at least once. Okay, cool. We're a little bit over time. I mean, the whole night. So thanks everybody for being here and your patience, and thanks for playing so late. And yeah, let's get the show on the road with your amazing performance, and then stick around, you guys, because the performance is gonna be awesome. Guys and gals and everything in between and unidentifying, just to say everyone is welcome. And then we're gonna interview Surco more about the artist background and etc. And if you have any questions, get those things ready because we want to hear them. But yeah, let's give it up. Let's give a warm performance welcome for Surco. Woo. With the remaining people here. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna go pop this over here.
stimulates endorphin release, enhancing mood and fostering a sense of euphoria. Genre's complex layers and sound textures can stimulate cognitive processes, sparking creativity and enhancing focus. Socially, techno environments encourage collective experiences, inclusion, and acceptance, strengthening bonds through shared movement and energy. The hypnotic nature of techno provides a therapeutic escape from everyday life through repetitive rhythms and immersive soundscapes of techno that produce meditative states, promoting relaxation, reducing stress levels, and synchronizing brainwave activity with rhythmic patterns. The physical act of dancing to techno stimulates endorphin release, enhancing mood and fostering a sense of euphoria. Genre's complex layers and sound textures can stimulate cognitive processes, sparking creativity and enhancing focus. Socially, techno environments encourage collective experiences, inclusion, and acceptance, strengthening bonds through shared movement and energy. The hypnotic nature of techno provides a therapeutic escape from everyday life.
go.
Thank you, thank you.
We just waited.
We just waited to clap.
So now you can unmute it.
But
Just do your thing.
but we really mean it. Yeah, that was super duper awesome.
Thank you.
It got some really
Lots
nice.
of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like when I saw you play, I think I've seen you play a couple of times or something
Mm-hmm.
over the years. It sounded different because it's improvised, right?
Yeah, like every single time is different.
So
it's kind of
cool.
that's the cool thing about it is that you kind of have to be there, and if you weren't, you missed it. So
Like last night.
yeah,
Sorry.
exactly.
We were trying to leave early. We played on a show
Last night was
together.
very different from this.
Really?
It was very, very different. I mean, last night I was going after Tomo,
Uh-huh.
so it came from like 155, and so it was not like super pretty like this. It was much more aggressive.
How fast were you playing? Like one
It's
a
probably like
million?
145, 147 last night, and
Okay.
tonight it's like 140-ish.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it sounded great, and there was
Thank you.
like a vocal shot in there. We were talking about it
Yeah.
backstage. Back
Little
in the
backstage. Yeah, little bits.
Everyone was like, shit, that's sick.
And it sounds so good. These vocals, where are they taking us? And then I was like, damn, I need to make some vocal shots. No,
Yeah,
serious, 'cause
there was
they're
two.
so
There was one
good.
that was like a melodic one, and
Mm-hmm.
then there was another one that was actually me talking.
That's what that was?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe it reminded me of the Orb, this band from the
Yeah.
UK. Not to be confused with Orbital, which we were also talking about. And then I thought maybe it was like a scrambled Alan Watts sample.
No, it was.
It was you?
Soundscapes of techno
Wait.
can induce a meditative state, promoting relaxation, reducing stress levels, by synchronizing brainwave activity
Oh
with
yeah, we need it. Is it gonna like?
physical
Yeah, we hear it.
Oh, you can hear it? Okay.
enhancing
So
movement,
that's you
and
talking?
fostering a sense of euphoria.
Now I get it. Now I hear you.
Yeah, now you can hear
Oh,
that it's
sorry.
my voice.
Yeah, great.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Wait, can I just like see? Wait, is it still on? Your in ears.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear it there?
Oh yeah.
Is that where that's coming from? Wait, I
An
just want to hear
immersive
it by
soundscapes
itself.
of techno can induce a meditative state, promoting relaxation, reducing stress levels, by
Ah,
synchronizing
yeah,
brainwave
yeah.
activity.
Okay,
When you
sick.
hear it by itself, you hear
Physical
that it's
active dancing to
so
techno
funny.
stimulates endorphin release,
Okay, cool.
enhancing movement and fostering a sense of euphoria.
Oh, it's channel?
Genres, complex
Oh yeah,
layers,
can you
and
mute it?
sounds.
Whoopsie daisy.
There we go. Yeah,
Alright.
because it's a loop, so it just triggers once, and then it keeps looping in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever I want to bring it in, I just have to raise up the volume on it, so it's always kind of playing there.
Oh,
just
cool.
Like all the other vocal samples are.
Nice. So do you make a lot of samples yourself often?
Not really, because I really don't like sample management. Like it drives me up a wall.
Oh, you mean in the Digitac sample management?
Yeah, I mean just sample management in general. Like with my day job, I spend a lot of time on the computer, so the last thing I want to do is like file trees and file sub-files of sub-files.
Trees. Are
So
you a
it makes me
developer?
crazy.
Talking about
No,
trees.
but I work on a lot of budgets and stuff, so I'm always in spreadsheets and stuff.
Oh
So
shit.
yeah, it's I would rather not do files and folders when I'm not doing that.
Totally
So
get that.
I'll do like key things. All this is just kind of straight one shots of 909 samples
Mm-hmm.
for the most part, like claps, open hat, rides and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
then I've got 4 vocal samples and a few percussion things in here, and that's it. Everything
Okay.
else is coming from the case.
But the Digitac, the 2, doesn't it have like 1,000 sample slots for a project
Mm-hmm.
or something now instead of 127? Why was that ever a good idea for the first one?
I don't know.
I
I think that was all they could do, the first ones.
I guess.
Yeah, with this there's lots of space. I just don't use it. I mean, it's like in here if you go to this is the pattern save section.
Yeah.
And I just don't have any patterns, or I don't have other projects or other kits or whatever. It's just
Nice.
It is what it is.
Nice. And you have Phrygian. Oh, Phrygian. Phrygian.
Yeah,
I was just-
Phrygian.
That's a
Like
nice
Phrygian.
name.
I love
Phrygian.
it. Sounds dark.
Yes.
Yeah,
it
it's good for
sounds-
techno. It sounds very dark.
Yeah, totally. We were looking at this in Ableton actually, like
Mm-hmm.
the different polyrhythms and stuff. Okay, any hoozle, new word for the day, not a real word for you non-native English speakers. We're gonna head over to the interview arena and get more in depth in SURCO's background. Otherwise, we're gonna stand here all night until our feet fall off.
Talk about gear.
Yeah, and talk about gear, which, that's also not a problem. But
exactly.
yeah, let's give it up for SURCO one more time. Woo!
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, hello. Vamp Acid here of Hardwire. We are back after a magnificent performance by SURCO.
Thank you.
Yes, of
Thank you.
course. And I think everybody here thought so as well. You have some fans. Yeah. Yeah, let's give it up.
All the noises from the gallery over there.
Kick this off proper. All the animals in the house. How you feeling?
Good. A little tired, but good.
Yeah. Nice. We were talking about sleep management, cable management, all the managements.
Yes.
Of,
Now I have to worry about sleep management. Yeah.
yes. Let's see. Does anyone have any questions? So Caldario. Yes.
Question.
Okay. Shoot.
How are you able to put all this energy, lifestyle, music, private in one lifetime?
How am I able to put it all in one lifetime? I don't know.
What's driving you?
Try to pack as much in as you can, I guess. Always do as much as you can. Stay up late, get up early.
So crazy.
That's the trick.
You got to have an energy source.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, this is going to sound super cheesy, but for me, a lot of it's the music. I mean, like, I really, really love music. I've always been, I got into music because of music, not because of the party side of it. So for me, it's like the music is a huge motivator. So when I've free time, I'm making music. Like, it's just, I'm always doing it in one form or another. So I think that's the source of energy. So, yeah.
That's a great question. Someone wrote, SURCO should use the...
I should use the Circlon.
Circlon?
I've messed around with the Circlon. It's pretty cool. I like it. I'm still a big fan of my Oxy, but Circlon's cool too. Yeah.
Would you recommend either of them for, like, what would you say the differences between the Circlon and the Oxy?
I mean, the Oxy does a lot of what the Circlon does, and then it does a whole lot of other things as well. So if you want that type of workflow, you can use it. So like parameter locking and stuff like that. But you can also, it does a lot of really cool random generation, like we were talking about before, where you can generate pitch without changing gates, and so you can separate things, and you get a lot of control over what you're making. So.
That sounds really great. The finite details.
Yeah.
How long have you been making music?
A very long time. I originally started DJing way back a long time ago. I think the first time I ever DJed in a bar was in like 1990.
What kind of stuff were you DJing back then?
Back then it was like a little bit of everything. I mean, it was like, bar top 40 stuff. I did a lot of house forever. I produced house. I traveled all over the place as well, and I used to DJ in Ibiza every year and stuff like that. And then I switched over to techno probably, I don't know, 18 years ago or so, 20 years ago.
Dang.
And kind of never looked back.
Were you still going by the same name back then when you were doing house?
I was not. So if you look up Ricard online, you will find my house stuff.
Ricard?
Yeah. I had releases on Head Candy and Trax Records from Chicago.
Oh,
and
wow,
a whole bunch
cool.
of stuff like that. And yeah, I used to DJ. I used to play Carl Cox's Night at Space and Ibiza every year. And
Dang.
Amnesia and all that kind of stuff.
I had no idea. Like, we've met each other several times, and we've never talked about house.
Yeah. Still love it.
Yeah, totally. Me too.
I still love it. Still listen to it. It's every once in a while I'll DJ a house set. I played one for a friend of mine's birthday recently because he's a big house head. So he invited me to play a set. So yeah, it was really fun.
Wait, I remember when you were in town for last Super Booth and you did a DJ set at Refuge. And were you playing house on that
Yeah.
set? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe we talked about it. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's a long weekend.
Yeah, it was. It was for sure fun.
So, okay, like, what made you take the transition from being a DJ to a producer?
So I was DJing and producing together for years,
Okay.
and that was kind of whether it was house or techno or whatever. I was doing that for a long time, and then I got kind of just at the same time a bit burnt out on DJing, and also it was like I kind of lost the excitement for it when all of a sudden it everybody became very samey in the DJ world. You know, like it used to be that running the risk of sounding like a grumpy old man, but it used to be that, you know, the music was much harder to find. So you had to put a lot more time into finding music. And now in this day and age, everyone has access to the same music. Technically, it's much easier to DJ. People are listening to the same live sets online, and they're kind of downloading the music that the other people are playing, and everything becomes really the same all the time. And so I kind of got frustrated on that, and I was like, you know, I want to combine the performance aspect of DJing and production that I love to do, and that was kind of what led me to the improvised thing, is that I wanted it to be as far away from playing prepared DJ tracks as it could possibly be.
Yeah.
And so that's why I don't do hybrid. I don't prepare things in advance. I don't do that stuff because I just wanted it to be super unique. You had to be at the show or you missed it, and it was never the same show twice in a row and all of that, because the DJing was so much the opposite of that. It was like everybody's doing the same shows over and over and playing the same music over and over, and I had just kind of had enough.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I mean, believe it or not, I was around when you had to like order records, and when everything wasn't accessible on the internet, before social media, all of this. Like, I remember this, just having to like crate dig and go to like markets and record shops and etc., or go to the show where they're selling the records. Like, I remember this, and
remember the days when a record store would have like 5 copies of one record, and if you really liked it, you'd buy all 5, so no other DJ could play that track, so you were the only one that had that track. We used to do that all the time, and now it's like everybody, in every corner of the world can have access to every track at any moment.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay. So then it's just all the same after that. So.
Yeah, totally. I think that's a really great response that you have by doing everything with improvisation and not repeating, and like you have to have been at the show, you know, or you missed it, because I think that's a good, like, I guess, coping mechanism in one way as an artist, and then like maintaining the it's like the nostalgia and the novelty, you know, of what it was like back in the 90s and stuff. Like, I lived through the 90s also.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's really cool, because I don't hear a lot of this. And also for me, it's inspiring to hear, like, you know, your protocol for that. Because I you know, I struggle with this too, that everything is just all over the place accessible, you know, and overdone, and recycling, you know, so it's special to have someone here who's doing something so unique and has that mindset to inspire other artists, you know?
Yeah, I really like the idea too of to get really philosophical about it, I like the impermanence of doing improvisational as well, because in this day and age, everybody feels like everything has to be a side hustle, and everything has to relate to the end product and how are you selling it and whatever. And with this, there is no end product. It's a thing that happens at a moment in a show, and then it's gone. And so it's kind of like in like Tibet and Nepal, where they do like the paintings with sand. And they'll make the big mandalas with sand, and then they just kind of look at it, and then they sweep it away, and it's gone. So the passion and the happiness and the thrill comes from the act of doing it, and not from the thing that you sell at the end. You know, and I just like wanted to get as far away from that as I could. So this is kind of my answer to that.
Totally. And it's also doing it for you. You know, it's like the artistic expression, and it's back, I mean, in the 90s, before like the kids had the cell phones, you know, it's like maybe we'd have a pager and share stupid messages or something, or if it's like a dealer, right? Or a doctor, construction worker. But yeah, like you had to bring like a disposable camera or have a camera with you or something. You had to remember things with your, you know, your memory. You know, it wasn't just blasted. And I'll be on the train and I'll see kids on, you know, posting to TikTok and stuff, and they're just so not present because they just want to be TikTok famous or whatever, you know, and it's just totally different. It's like the kids these days, but just really, it's really a different game.
Yeah.
You
No,
know?
it definitely is. And it's, and, you know, not to say that, I mean, I love DJ sets. I love watching them.
Yeah.
I love going out to clubs and all of that. But this, for me personally, is kind of more of a personal artistic expression. And I think it's also when I play shows, being able to write music for the people who were there and for the moment and for the place and for, the energy that's happening at that moment is so much more fun than, for me, than it was DJing where you're trying to find the right record. Well, with this, it's like you could just make the right thing and you can make it so that it matches the energy, and you get vibe from the crowd, and that makes you write something, and then that gets a reaction, and that makes you change things in a different way. And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, very like call and response.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the crowd adds to the music and they influence the music that you're making in the moment.
It's all kind of inspired by the crowd. I
Very
read a really
cool.
cool interview once, and they were talking about how performing live was like a conversation between you and your machines, and you say something and then the machine says something, and then for me there's also the part of the crowd where you're kind of translating that conversation for the crowd, and they'll say something and then you'll kind of put that into what you're doing, and then what comes out will speak something to them. So it's like that whole back and forth thing is a lot of fun.
So what you're talking about is it reminds me of Honey Smack playing last night, where he was playing and then he just stopped the music and started shit talking to the crowd and stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, what's happening? Is he
Yeah.
mad at someone? And then he just start playing the music again.
Yeah,
It was so interactive, and you don't see so much of this.
exactly.
But it was like full on. I
Yeah,
was like,
and everybody
this
was
guy's
into
cool.
it, and it was super fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I
Yeah.
think that's what's missing, in in like clubs and stuff, when it's just like DJs and blah and whatever, and there's that like the silo, and then there's DJs I see being like, woo, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Which is cool. It's like you're partying, you're part of the party, you're putting on the performance, but I like the interaction with the crowd.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I think it's important to like realize like you're there for the people. Oh yeah, Kim also played last night. He's laughing about it.
Typical Australians.
Yeah, I just saw that on the chat.
Oh, someone wrote typical Australians.
Yeah.
Whose bleep temple is that? Honey Smack in disguise.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Australian though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
that's so funny. Yeah, but the performance element, the interaction with the crowd,
Yeah.
like how it used to be, and then
Yeah.
or Elvis, and then girls are like, and they're passing out or something.
Yeah, there's always this like, it seems like people are always in this dilemma of, do you play for the crowd or are you playing to express your art? And it's like finding that thing in the middle, finding a way to express art that gets the crowd going is like kind of what I've always shot for.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of both. Like there's a lot of people that kind of just give up on the artistic side, and it's like, I'm just going to play the crowd what they want to hear. But then I think there's also a lot of people that take it too far to the other extreme, where it's like, screw the crowd, I'm going to play what I want to play, and
Yeah,
you
but
know,
then
who cares about them?
why are you playing to a crowd?
Exactly.
In that case, I think it's important to consider the people that come to your show. You
Yeah.
know, like make something that people are going to enjoy, right?
Yep, totally.
Someone has a question. Do you still buy music today? How many new... Okay, that's 2 questions. Okay, do you still buy music today? That's
I
one.
do, but I mean, again, it's weird in this day and age, like how little you actually buy music. I find myself, I listen to a lot of, like if I'm listening to produced tracks, I'm often listening to DJ sets. And if that's the case, a lot of times I'm watching those on YouTube. And so it's not necessarily like, when I was DJing where I would go and I would, go to Bandcamp or go to Beatport or whatever and download tracks. This is more like I'm hearing them played by other people. Because for me, it's not like I'm going to take that track and use it anymore. I used to.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And then how many newly published tracks do you... I can't see over the menu. Thank you. How many newly published tracks do you listen to per week?
I don't know, probably a couple DJ sets. So
Okay.
I don't know,
So
40 something. I don't know, however many they're playing.
all right.
But, yeah.
40 something, but
Yeah.
maybe not sure. Nice to have you. Okay. Yeah. So, do you have any new music that you're working on?
I do actually. It's interesting because, like I mentioned, I produced for years, and then for like the last 5 or so years that I've really been focusing 100% on live. It's I consciously took a break from producing because it was I put out a few tracks right when I was getting into hardware, and I realized the tracks I was putting out didn't sound anything like, similar style, but they didn't sound like a live performance. And I really wanted the music that I was putting out to be very representative of what I was playing as an artist when I was playing a show, so that if somebody liked that and then they came to the show, they were going to see, they're going to have a similar vibe. And so just recently, I mean, within the last few months, I've been producing a whole ton more now that I've gotten some workflows that really work for me for producing stuff using hardware and finding ways to, combine recording performances with multi-tracking and doing that. And it's hard sometimes because you multi-track and then you go into your DAW to try to make it right, and you kind of suck all the soul out of the live performance. So
Yeah.
it's been a real challenge to find the right workflow. But I feel like I'm there now, so
Nice.
there should be a ton of new stuff coming out now. So
Where can people find your music?
I mean, they will find it everywhere when it
Like,
comes out. It'll
On
be
your YouTube channel?
well, on my YouTube channel, a lot of what I do there is live streaming.
Okay.
And the live streams are sometimes performance, but most of the time a combination of performance and Q&A and, answering people's questions, because I get a lot of questions about the setup and how I play and how I'm doing things. And so I like to share that. And it's kind of the same stuff that I share in my courses that I teach. But, on YouTube, it gives an example for, like this, where people can ask questions and then you can just answer right back and demonstrate whatever their thing was about. So,
Like with the live chat on YouTube or
Yeah.
something, for instance?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So I was just informed that we can have a look? Question mark?
you can have a look at my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so there's a few things on there. Like one thing that you'll see there, like the New Year's Eve set that's there. That was, I actually just decided to live stream playing live on New Year's Eve. And because I was home and I was like, yeah, might as well do this. And then when I started playing that night, I realized that it was that I could do New Year's Eve all the way across the U.S., like through all the time zones. So I ended up doing a 4-hour improvised live set so that I could do the New Year's Eve across all of the time zones.
That's thoughtful.
But yeah, so it was like again, the great thing about improvisation is that you can do a spontaneous 4-hour set and you don't have to spend weeks and weeks preparing for it if you've spent weeks and weeks learning your gear. So.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Do you have any advice for producers who are trying to go the improv route? Or live performer producers, rather?
Yeah, the one thing that I try to tell everybody is that there's no way to buy your way out of practice. And everybody wants to buy that thing that's going to make them sound right. Or if I just get this synth, it's going to be great. Or if I just buy this box that this artist uses and they sound amazing, then I'm going to sound amazing. And the reality is, gear's great and gear's fun. I'm not here to say I don't like gear because I'm a nerd for gear, but gear does not replace practice. And that's the thing. Like whatever, you can make music on whatever gear you have as long as you practice it. And it just takes hours and hours and hours. I mean, I probably practice and work out new things with my live stuff. Probably, I don't know, 6 to 10 hours a week.
Okay.
That I'm putting in time practicing all the time, constantly, every single week.
And how do you keep that structure up?
I don't know, have things set up so that I can just turn it on and go. I think that's one of the hardest things is I think a lot of people in their setups, they have to bring out their gear and connect everything and get it set up to go. And that because that's a challenge, then they just don't end up doing it as much.
Yeah.
So having things set up and just easily accessible so that you can just, knock it out.
Yeah, that makes sense. And do you have any upcoming shows?
So I just finished a long run of shows here,
Yeah.
a few in Berlin and in Brussels and stuff like that. I think the next show I'm going to be playing is in Seattle I think. 3 weeks, something like that.
Okay.
I'll actually be back in Berlin in July.
Oh.
I have a show in Magdeburg, I think.
Oh,
not far
yeah.
from Berlin.
Yeah.
Playing at Geheim Club
Okay.
in Magdeburg.
It's the 12th of July.
It is the 12th of July.
We're gonna play that too.
Well, there you go.
Oh yeah, I guess we're also gonna play.
So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Sick.
I'm trying to work on some other things around that because if I'm going to come all the way over here, it's nice to put a few things together.
Yeah. Then we'll see each other again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a possibility that same weekend that I may play a festival in Rome.
Oh,
so if I
wow.
can get that to work out at the same time, would
Hey,
be great.
cool.
Yeah, a couple days before. So.
So you're doing talks on your channel? Is that right?
Yeah, I do. Like a lot of the live streams are chats, but then I have kind of this podcasts that I do whenever an interesting topic pops up. So I've got them on there. Like that one that you were just showing is with Analog Kitchen, who
Yeah.
played last night as well.
Yeah, Lucian. That's cool.
And yeah, I have them on there with Aura, with Madon, with a few others. A friend of mine named Jason Timothy, who wrote a book that's called The Mental Game of Electronic Music Production.
I have this book. The cover's yellow, right?
Yes, exactly. So the guy who wrote that's a really good friend of mine. We used to be residents together at Beta in Denver
cool.
for years, and he was actually my first podcast guest. And
Wow.
because we have a lot of the same philosophies about production, and so it was nice to talk about that stuff.
God, it's such a small world.
It is. It is.
So cool. Well, yeah, thank you so much for
Yeah.
coming on. It's been really awesome
Thanks for having me.
and super informative and inspiring.
Cool.
And yeah, we hope that you get back safely to Denver and have nice upcoming shows and
Thanks.
all that. And yeah, let's give it up one more time for SURCO, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you everybody for coming on to Funkwerke 20 this evening for a special Super Booth edition. I'm Vamp Acid with Hardwire in Berlin at our studios. We've had such a great lineup. Please, if you can, support the artists that have come onto the stream, like SURCO, RobotManMachine, Caro, Arroba. You can find them on our Hardwire page on Instagram. And if you're interested in playing on the stream and coming out to Berlin, you can go to our website, hardware.io/submit. Hit us up on Instagram as well. You can check out our channel on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, all that jazz. Join the Discord community. We talk about lots of fun stuff like gear, and you can make friends, and it's all kinds of fun, as you can probably tell from this evening. And yeah, if you want to help support our channel or channels like what we're doing here in Berlin, you can go to our website, hardware.io/donate. And that would be super mega appreciated. But otherwise, we will be streaming again the last Saturday of every month, and hopefully we will see some of you in real life, or maybe on the interwebbies, or maybe for the rest of Super Booth weekend at some adjacent party. But we really appreciate you being here and being part of the community. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you for giving these artists a platform and support to express themselves and share their specialness with the world. So we will see you next time, and we hope you have a great evening. Bye.
music because of.